you were a child, you were told,
don't run.
at school,
Follow the rules.
at work, be careful.
No restrictions, total immersion.
Shows you a lot more of the aviation world than you would just expect. It's amazing.
Meet the DeLand Clip IR Head Tracker, the ultimate way to control your games. Forget clunky controllers. Use your head to move, aim, and explore with precision. Boost your reaction time, stay focused, and dive deeper into the game world. Compatible with a wide range of PC games and easy to set up, DeLand Clip delivers unmatched accuracy, working flawlessly in any lighting condition. Experience true immersion. Experience DeLand Clip. Get yours today at delandclip.com.
Attention passengers, we've now reached our destination. I hope you enjoyed the flight and have a nice day.
Welcome to FlightSimExpo.
FlightSimExpo is the place where the community gathers. It is the place where you get your hands and your eyes on essentially everything flight sim.
You take the knowledge, the gear, the people, the party. We all come here to have a great time.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Flight Simulation Association, welcome to FlightSimExpo 2026!
Hello. Hello, hello, and welcome. Here we are at the 7th annual FlightSimExpo here in Minnesota. It is my honor and privilege and pleasure to be back up on this stage welcoming you to our show. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Evan. I'm one of the co-founders of FlightSimExpo, one of the team who helps put on this event, and I'm here to welcome you to the show and share a little bit more about what you can expect here on the FS Expo Friday stage and here at FlightSimExpo all weekend long. First of all, covering off a couple of the important points, restrooms are going to be located outside those doors that you came in. Hang a left as you go out the doors. Restrooms are right down there. No need to go back through security. You can stay on this level, use the restrooms as often as you like. We'll have a couple breaks going through the day here as well. Water stations located throughout the convention center. You're welcome to bring in your own bottles. Additionally, we do have the concession stand available in the exhibit hall today, Sunday, and Saturday. Or did I do it in that order? I don't know. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, those will be available, breakfast, lunch, dinner, even alcoholic beverages, fancy coffees, you can get all that stuff. Really reasonable pricing, details on our website, FlightSimExpo.com/menu. Finally, emergency exits, out those doors behind you, out those doors to your left. All right, let's talk about what is happening here at FlightSimExpo 2026 in Minnesota. We are on the FS Expo Friday room. Well, you're in the room, I'm on the stage, and we are here to hear 17 live presentations and a bunch of video reveals as the day goes on. Starting at 4:30, the exhibit hall opens. That is for the first time in FlightSimExpo history we have exhibit hall on Friday. Super excited to see what you all think of what's been going on. Anyone have some previews? You already had a little bit of a glance in the exhibit hall? Not really? Okay, good. So you'll all be surprised. I'll be surprised too, because I basically haven't seen it all day today. However, it is a preview because it's the first time we've had the exhibit hall open on Friday. Just be aware that you may see some developers putting some finishing touches on things before we open back up on Saturday. And anyone here going to the FlightSimExpo banquet tonight? Any FSA captains in the room? Nice. Thank you for your support. Appreciate that. We'll be hanging out with you tonight with trivia, prizes, and all that. Double check the attendee portal for details. That's going to start at 7 o'clock. Saturday, Sunday, everything's going to happen downstairs in the exhibit hall. We have our seminars, our workshops, and of course, all the different exhibitors there to meet you. That's 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday. Attendee dinner for those who've signed up at 6:30. Moving into Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the exhibit hall. Again, everything's happening downstairs as soon as we're done up here. And on Sunday afternoon, a couple spots still open on that St. Paul walking brewery tour where you can see the history of St. Paul, walk around a couple breweries, get a couple beers along the way. You can scan that QR code if you're interested in something to do on Sunday afternoon with some of your fellow attendees. There is a lot going on at FlightSimExpo this year. Who's here for the first time, by the way? First-time attendees? Wow, look at that. That is impressive. Let's give them a round of applause. That's like way more than usual. Appreciate that, thank you. So if it is your first time at the show, check out FlightSimExpo.com/app, scan that QR code on the screen. That gives you everything you need to know in the palm of your hand, from the schedule, any of the add-ons that you registered for, all the confirmation details will be in the app for you all weekend long. You can also see the floor plan, really everything you need to know right there. Now, if you're not a tech person, and there are a few of you, even though you're flight simmers, because I answered your phone calls, I know. If you're not a person who likes to do the whole phone thing, thanks to our friends at iniBuilds, you do have that printed event guide with a full floor plan, full schedule that you can hold in your hand and look at, and it doesn't have a battery. So if you're looking for that, you can thank iniBuilds, alongside some of our other wonderful Diamond and Diamond Plus partners. The Diamond Plus sponsorship, especially something we launched now 3 years ago, is our top level sponsorship. It is a 5-figure item, and it is huge money for Flight Sim. We're super grateful to iniBuilds, to Navigraph for the awesome badges that you all have. You may have noticed your badge has that home airport code on it if you chose to share that information. That's so you can find other people who may be from your home airport or from your home state. Find other flight simmers who are nearby. That's, again, thanks to Navigraph and PMDG, of course, providing those great lanyards for us to actually be able to hold those badges. You'll also notice that the blue lanyard represents an exhibitor or a sponsor. So as you're walking through the show floor, that's a nice, easy way to figure out who's actually running the booth. And on top of that, all the other Diamond sponsors and all of our partners that are here helping make this show possible. Obviously, the money helps fund stuff like this stage, but on top of that, we also have all the work that they do to give you such an amazing and exciting and engaging experience here at the event. From FS Elite running the stage, from Scalarchy with not one, not two, but 3 full cockpits that you'll get to try over the next couple days, along with their partner, Aviasim. Obviously, Wind Control will have a massive booth again. We expect nothing less from them. Same for Honeycomb. X-Plane running some workshops. Thrustmaster about to take the stage with some big announcements. FS Reborn you may see at some point later today as well. SayIntentions Meridian will also be up on this stage. And we're always looking for your feedback. Anyone who's been to the show before, you know we'll send out a survey after the event. As you're walking the show floor, as you're experiencing this event, take notes. Let us know what we need to do better. We want to keep this event growing. We want to keep this day exciting. So whatever you like, whatever you don't like, send that in. We will be reviewing all that with you on a live webinar on June 28th. You can scan that code to register. It is totally free. We go through all the statistics. We go through the metrics of who was here, and we share your comments. And you've seen if you joined us last year, no matter how spicy you make your comments, we will put them up on that webinar. We usually don't put your name beside them. But if you've called out a developer, it'll be on there because I want people to know the feedback that we get, and I want everyone to understand we are always listening for what you have to say. Now, you may be watching this online with us on YouTube. You may be watching on a couple of our partner streams. For those of you in the room, you also get access to watch everything back. So today, the seminars on the FS Elite stage, the seminars on the SayIntentions stage, all of that you have access to watch back at any point until August. So anything you missed, you'll be able to see that again. If you are watching this online, I would love for you to help support the event. You can go to FlightSimExpo.com/watch. $15 gets you access to all that content plus a walkthrough of the exhibit hall. You won't get the experience that these people in this room are about to have, but it is the next best thing. Now, I'm going to ask if Micah Nelson is out there somewhere, and it is a little bright, so you're going to have to really wave. If anyone sees him, let me know. Who's supposed to be here? I can't see him. Is he there? He's there. He's there. Where? All right, good. I'm going to just, everyone can look at Micah for a second. That was very convenient. Micah sent me this email on Sunday, the 14th of July, 2024, about 2 years ago. I get a lot of emails like this of, hey, you know, what do you think about hosting the show here or there? And if you've ever sent me one of these emails, you know that I'm very critical. As soon as I get one of these, I'm like, oh yeah, well, Minneapolis, we look too expensive, not a chance. And he responded, and he's like, well, they actually have another convention center. It's in St. Paul. And I'm like, what's a St. Paul? Like, I've never heard of this. Anyway, we start looking at it, and it's like, oh, it's where the Wild play. And oh, they have a 70,000 square foot exhibit hall. All right, let's do our due diligence. We came here, we did our site visit, we did our surveying, and after you voted on it, that's how we came here. This is a community-driven event that comes from feedback that you share and from ideas that come right out of our attendees. So 2 years ago, Micah sent me this email. Here we are on this stage today. And for next year, where are we going to be? Well, for 2027, you're going to hear me talk more about that on Sunday. If you aren't here at the show, if you have to leave early, we'll be streaming that, of course, on YouTube as well. 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. That should say Central Time, not Eastern Time, but it's 2:30 Central Time. That's when we'll be sharing the dates and location of 2027. Next thing I want to talk about is our amazing FlightSimExpo ground crew, the folks in these red FS Expo t-shirts. They have paid their own way to the show, they have bought tickets, and on top of all that, they are still volunteering their time to help you run this event and to help us make this all possible. And what's so great about that is they are flight simmers, so you can ask your questions. You can legitimately ask them about what their favorite flight sims are. If you're having a tech problem, they can actually answer that kind of question along with everything else about the show. Expect to see them out there on the show floor. Expect to see them using the simulators as well. But anytime that you need anything, we are happy to help. And if I could ask you to take a moment to just recognize and acknowledge not just them, of course, but our partners, our sponsors, our media partners, our speakers, and all of you for making this event possible, along with our ground crew. Thank you all so, so, so much. It's been an interesting year for us here at FlightSimExpo. It feels like something always happens. That's, I guess, the way it goes with these live events. But you know, you think back to what happened in Minneapolis in January, and you think about fuel prices, where they are right now with some of the conflicts going around the world. And you think about the World Cup, which even before all that stuff had airfares so much higher than they would have been this time last year. And you fought through all of that to be here in this room and having this experience that nobody else in the world gets to have. So while you're here experiencing these moments and sharing this weekend with your friends, I want you to do a couple things for me. These are things that really help us keep growing the show as we move into the future. Number one, talk to your neighbors, talk to your fellow friends. Find somebody who's from your home airport or your home state or your home country. And find somebody who isn't. Find somebody who shares your passion about flight sim. Find somebody who loves to fly the exact opposite. You fly airliners, they like GA. You like VR, they like head tracking. See what you can learn from them. The opportunities for us to be in person, especially with flight sim, how it is with this kind of solitary thing that we sometimes have. Being here, being in person is so much more important. Use these moments as much as you can. That's number one. Number two, There are about 45% of our exhibitors coming to this event from overseas. Now, who was here during San Diego Code Event 2021? Who was here in 2021? Remember that event when we didn't have international developers? It was not the same. Those international developers have done a tremendous amount of work to bring all this hardware, to show you all this software. We even have about 10% of our attendees who are coming to us from overseas. So when you see somebody who has a badge type and their code on their first letter of their code is not a K, when they've come from outside of the country, if you would take that extra moment to make them feel welcome, to thank them for being part of this event, they don't have to come here, but they've chosen to do that for us. And if you can help them just feel that much more welcome, that will help a lot. And number 3, lastly, but probably most importantly, the developers, not just from overseas, but from anywhere, they are here for you. They have a choice. There are other events in America. There are other simulation gaming events in America that they could have chosen to go to, but they have chosen to be here, to interact with you, to hear your feedback, to hear what you have to say. So when you're out there walking that show floor today and tomorrow and on Sunday, give them what they're after. The best stories that I hear from exhibitors when we do our debriefs, they go like this. Someone sat down, they started using my sim, and in the first 30 seconds, I had 5 things that I saw that I had to change. Now I have 6 months worth of development, and it's going to make my product better. That happens at this show. That happens because of you. Engage with our exhibitors, talk with every one of them, even the ones in the back corner, and do everything you can to make them feel welcome, because if they tell me that, I give them a sign-up form for next year, and they usually come back. This is FSExpo Friday. I appreciate all of you so much for being part of this experience. We will have 17 developers taking this stage after me. Video reveals along the way. We've made today a little bit shorter. Most of these presentations are 5 minutes and 10 minutes. It's going to go quick. I'm excited to see what they have to say. I'm excited to see what you think. I'll be following along in the chat as I run everything backstage. I'm super excited to kick this off. So let's kick off the biggest stage in flight sim, and let's take a look at this.
Vectors check in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Vector 1 flight cleared to St. Paul Downtown Airport via the FlightSimExpo route. Departure frequency 123.67. Squawk 5501.
At FSExpo, we gather to explore the endless possibilities of flight simulation. Maybe you're drawn by the pursuit of knowledge. Perhaps you want to master a complex skill. Is it a step towards a career? Or do you just live for that ultimate feeling of freedom? This is where it all comes together. Our stories, our passion for aviation, and the latest innovations in flight simulation that bring our imagination to life.
Vectors start. 1 ready now. Canopies down, ready now. Vector 1 flight, wind 220 at 5. Change to departure. Runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
This is Two-Tone Murphy. It's Murph. I can't wait. There's pints, there's people, the weather's nice. I've even brought shorts.
Mr. Squirrel Lee is ready to light the fires.
Simo Protonic final into Minneapolis for FSExpo.
Sticks 86 checking in with MSP with information butters.
The High Alpha Hooligans are inbound.
Aviation spans a wide range of disciplines, from the freedom of civil aviation to the high-risk demands of aerobatics and combat. Here, you discover it all. Open your imagination and reach beyond, because at FSExpo, the sky is no longer the limit.
Simfanatic and the crew are flying into FlightSimExpo 2026.
This is V-Pilot inbound for FSExpo.
This is FlyWex, officially cleared for arrival.
Mustafa is taken off for FSExpo.
I'm CST Flight Deck, and I'm beyond excited to be flying into FlightSimExpo 2026.
This is Forder on vertical descent to FSExpo.
AeroVector Jet Team brings precision flying and creativity to the virtual skies. Our goal is to inspire the next generation of aviators through flight simulation. Join us at the Thrustmaster booth to learn our story, where performance meets purpose.
Come and experience the legacy of combat aviation in the Grinnelli Designs Combat Arena. Take your seat, enter the fight, and bring history back to life.
Low, fast, and bring in the noise. Astro Jet Team. Catch our good side.
Nick Flex is ready to kick the tires and light the fires. It's FlightSimExpo time.
Here, innovation sparks imagination, friendships take flight, and every journey finds its wings. Whether you're on your first day check or pushing the envelope to its limits, this is where the virtual skies ignite real-world friendship. Your adventure starts now. On behalf of Flight Simulation Association, AeroVector welcomes you to FSExpo Friday. Now, join us in welcoming Thrustmaster to the biggest stage in flight sim.
Thank you, AeroVector. Thank you, everybody here. I've always wanted to walk on stage to a round of applause with Thrustmaster written behind me on the wall. Same as when I go to Starbucks and get Thrustmaster written across my forehead, I get some weird looks. It's true, but everybody in this room knows what Thrustmaster is. Caramel macchiato for the Thrustmaster. But everybody here in this room knows what Thrustmaster is. Thrustmaster has been around for a long time. We're first in flight, and there's a lot of definitions of that. Actually, by a round of applause here, who here's first joystick was a Thrustmaster? Very common. We are first in joysticks. We've been around since 1990. The very first joystick with Thrustmaster written on the side was 1990. We're also first in learning. Many of you started with Thrustmaster. Many of you have grown with Thrustmaster, as does a large part of the community. And our products are designed for learning, they're designed for growing, and they're also designed for value. We are first in value. We have the best tech specs to price ratio on the market. And we're also first in variety. We sell for PlayStation, we sell for Xbox, we sell for PC. We also sell for space sim, we sell for combat sim, and we sell for civilian flight sim. And that's why we're here today. We're going to expand our civilian lineup today. We're going to show that off to you guys. We're first in licensing as well. Not only game licensing, we've licensed Top Gun in the past, Ace Combat, Microsoft Flight Simulator, but also real-world aviation licenses. US Air Force, US Navy, and of course the big ones that many of you know. We have the official Airbus license, we have the official Boeing license. And with those two products or product categories, product licenses, we've built our TCA lineup. And the TCA lineup has sold to date almost 500,000 units. Many of you have those in your cockpits at home. And but the one thing that we've, of course, limited ourselves up to now is with our TCA lineup, we are licensed for the commercial pilot experience. But TCA is so much more than that. So today we reveal the newest addition to the TCA lineup and another first for Thrustmaster for capturing that small aircraft experience. The Thrustmaster TCA Sky Yoke. It's our first push-pull yoke, and it will give small aircraft lovers the full general aviation control experience. A couple of features to highlight. Hall effect push-pull technology. So I mentioned it's push-pull, it's Hall effect push-pull. So perfect in precision, perfect in durability. Pitch travel of 3.5 inches and a roll both ways of 180 degrees. 7 axes of motion, 24 buttons, 2 analog triggers, basically an all-in-one control unit for what you need to do with your hands. And then of course also, because it's an all-in-one control unit, trim wheel and throttle control are built in for one all-in gameplay experience. So this is it, the TCA Sky Yoke, Thrustmaster's first general aviation yoke. It's, again, zero contact, push-pull technology, all-in-one tactile controls. And you can see the PS5 licensed version there. And we also have, of course, the Xbox license as well. So whatever you play, however you play it, for general aviation, the TCA Sky Yoke can be yours. So the number one question, of course, when and how much? Well, the first users will be able to get the TCA Skyyoke in hand for under $200 before the end of September. There you go. So we're going to have the TCA Skyyoke in our booth today and tomorrow and the next day. And one of the cool things that we'll be able to do with it, both you guys will be able to do it at home, but also you can try it out in our booth. You'll be able to connect two yokes to be able to have a pilot, co-pilot, or a student pilot, flight instructor type experience, and really be able to share that experience, to be able to elevate that experience, to be able to learn, to be able to train, and be able to fly in-home with a co-pilot. You can try it out in our booth, and that co-pilot experience, that dual control experience will be working on both PC and both consoles, and Android tablet, actually. So while we're here and while we're talking about the booth, we do have a lot of different new 2026 additions. There's a little bit of a teaser of one of them on this slide. We talked about the TCA Skyyoke. You can see that there's also a quadrant coming. We won't talk too much about that here, but we'll talk about it a little bit more. We'll be on the FS Elite stage as well a little bit later in the show. We'll of course be in the booth showing off all these new products. You can show, or you can try those out yourself. You can see them yourselves. But I do have one more for you guys if you want to see it. So we have controllers that help you start with aviation, and of course we go up toward the more pro level. We have our Warthog, we have our Solar, and we have our Ava bases, which allow for a full ecosystem of joysticks. And what we're announcing today is we are announcing an officially licensed Airbus add-on grip compatible with all of those bases. It's an iconic, it's a 1-to-1 scale replica. Of course, when we do licensing right. And it has two different configurations. So you can fly with your A300 model, or you can easily configure and swap out an A400M module as well. Again, as usual, everything that we make is Hall effect. So it's 100% Hall effect axis under the stick. And it will work on PC based on the base that you have on the Solar base, the Ava base, or the Warthog bases. So if you already have one of those bases, you can get one of the Airbus add-on grips as well. The usual question, the when and the how much. Same thing, before the end of September for under $120. And you can try this out as well in our booth later in this show.
You have the controls.
Booth 721. Come by, hang out, see us, see everything else we have to offer. Those are the two new, most exciting SKUs that we have that are going to be important to all of you guys in this room, but we have a whole lot more. There's 3 new products to show off at the show later on, and come by, check them out, talk with us, hang out with us, fly with us. Thanks, everyone.
Look up. The sky is quiet. Too quiet. You climb alone. No one ahead, no one behind. Just you and the hum. But then a trail, thin, white, certain. Another and another. Crossing, spreading, threading the blue. Someone is coming. Maybe another is going. 39,000 feet, and you are not the only one. You never were. Every trail a traveler, every one a life going somewhere. Just like you. Just like you. You're in good company. You always have been. But now you can see them. Sky Trails by Parallel 42. The sky was never empty.
How are you guys? This is great, right? You know, 3 years ago, SayIntentions started with a simple question. What if we could build an air traffic control system that felt human? Real ATC, contextual, alive. And what happened next? We didn't fully anticipate. You guys showed up. Tens of thousands of you. You stopped flying without us. You flew with us on weekends and on holidays and during Zoom calls you weren't paying attention to. Me too. You pushed us to build co-pilots that could actually brief an approach. Cabin crews that felt real, an amazing traffic injector, an entire ecosystem of AI personas and tools that ended up making this hobby feel like something you could actually train in. There we go. Pretty great, right? I mean, it turned out pretty good. But here's the thing. We still feel like we're just getting started. Because there's still moments where the immersion breaks. There's still gaps. There's still friction that shouldn't exist. And today, we're fixing 3 of them. So, first of all, this one's a little more on the fun side, but it will change what it feels like to hear a radio call. The second thing will make your co-pilot feel like the partner that they were always supposed to be. And the third will change how you train forever. Let's start with our first video here. Oh, wait, here we go. Nope, not yet. When you hear a traffic call on a busy frequency, or you hear ATC telling you about another airplane, you hear, hold short, runway 23, traffic on a 4-mile final. You know there's a plane out there, right? But you can't see it, not the way you want to. Well, we've partnered with Parallel 42, who's adding a new feature to Chase Plane that will give the simulator a window. One hotkey, and you're looking at the plane that's talking. Press another key, you're looking at the traffic ATC just called. No guessing, no radar overlay. Watch.
Air Canada 521 ready to taxi. Delta 1410, hold short, runway 28 left, 737 on a 3-mile final.
United 3444, runway 28, winds 180 at 3, cleared to land. 1860, give way to the 18320 on your... SkyWest 5212, cross runway 19 right. 16, runway 28 left taxi via Mike 3, Mike 1, Alpha Lima, hold short of runway 1 right.
What do you guys think? Yeah, we're pretty excited about it too. Edson, are you back there? Edson, yeah? Edson from Parallel 42, everybody. I wanted to tell you in front of all these people how much we enjoyed working with your team building this.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so we built something really cool in-house, internal. We spend a lot of time in the sim, and we don't often get the luxury of doing complete flights, right? Because we're just working in there with utilities and tools. And we found ourselves just watching traffic. Next thing you know, we ended up building a feature to watch traffic. And next thing you know, we ended up wanting more. So we reached out to our friends at SayIntentions, because the missing piece really was that audio, right? Like listening to what you were watching.
Yeah.
And we pulled together a little group session. Once their team got a hold of what we had built, the ideas just flowed naturally, and it evolved and it evolved, and everyone was excited. And next thing you know, you end up with this spotting feature, which essentially turns your sim into like an airliner's live type of session. You can hear the ATC, talk to somebody, and if there's direct line of sight from wherever you're spotting in the world, that camera will automatically move to that. So it's really,
We're pretty
really
excited
cool
about
stuff.
this. Yeah, we had a really, really good time building this together. I don't know if we spent more time giggling or more time working, but we did it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We hope you guys enjoy that feature, and we hope you enjoyed the SkyTrails as well. Thanks for having us up here.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah. So the next one, you can see the slide up on the screen already here. But the idea behind the next one was that, you know, when ATC clears you for an approach in the real world, your first officer has that plate before you even finish the readback, right? They're working with you. In the sim, you're fumbling with the charts because you were just watching a YouTube video about engine fires, like I've been there, right? And not anymore. We've partnered with Navigraph for something new. We call it Plate Brief. Take a look at this.
Amanda, please pull up our departure chart.
Sure, Captain. On screen now.
Show me the taxi chart, please.
Delta 247, holding short at Alpha, ready for departure.
What's the go-around procedure?
Climb to 800, then climbing left turn to 3000, direct Virginia Key VOR/DME and hold.
What do you guys think? Yeah. Yeah, we're excited about this. As you can see, your co-pilot just got way smarter. Magnus, are you back there? Yes, you guys know Magnus from Navigraph?
Hey, how you doing?
I wanted to tell Magnus how much fun we had with his team getting this working. This was a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Indeed. On the behalf of the entire Navigraph dev team, I am proud and happy to support an initiative like this. This is the type of innovative technology and application that we really like. The days of, hey Siri, hey Alexa, and all that are all gone. This is completely contextualized, and it looks really, really smooth, and is useful.
Useful is the key, right? There's fun. Thank you, Edson. And then there's useful. Thank you. Appreciate it. You guys have been amazing to work with.
Indeed.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we got one more for you. The third thing. You know that feeling. You're 3 hours in. Approach is dialed in. 300 overcast, half-mile final, locked in. Dog trips over the cable. Wife says it's time for dinner. That might be worse. You got to do the approach again, right? We're all here to learn. But sometimes it's not so easy. We want to slew, we want to adjust, we want to try again. And we want to do it in a way where our air traffic control is working with us and not against us. And normally, adding air traffic control means you're giving up freedom in the sim, right? Today, we're giving it back. We call it backtrack. Watch this.
Ever mess up an approach and wish you could try again? With Backtrack, you can. Select any point on your flight path and rewind. Your aircraft and ATC return to that exact moment. restarting your flight. Just try again.
Yeah. The big thing is that every approach, every phase of flight, do it as many times as you need, but the ATC goes back with it. It all snapshots back to that same moment in time. Guys, this is what air traffic control is supposed to feel like when you're in a simulator. Look, we started this because we believed that the simulator could be a real training environment. 2.5 years in, coming up on 3, we still believe that. With chase plane spotting, the frequency comes alive. With chart brief, your co-pilot is finally a real partner. And with backtrack, you can practice those hard moments as many times as you need. We skipped a video at the beginning that I'd like to show again. Can we show it again? The one we skipped at the very beginning? Let's fire that up because I want to show you just how far we've come in the 2.5 years we've been here. Let's start that one up.
The skies once felt empty. The airports were quiet. The frequencies were silent. It was just you and the runway ahead. But aviation was never meant to be that way. Flight is more than an aircraft. It's the voices, the decisions. Today, the skies are alive. Traffic fills the airspace. Pilots and controllers communicate. VFR flights explore the world below. Helicopters answer the call. Operations continue day and night across thousands of airports, 24/7 worldwide.
Only runways 28 left and 28 right available.
We've come a long way, and we're just getting started. Welcome to a living world. SayIntentions.AI.
Runway 28 left, taxi via Bravo 4 Alpha, Foxtrot, United 608. 3 Alpha Zulu, on departure, maintain VFR at or below 2,500. Departure on 127.4. Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, runway 22, right traffic approved, report midfield downwind. We have reports of a mountain biker down on the Elfin Lake Trail, Garibaldi Provincial Park. Coordinates are latitude 49.9 wildfire reported in dense chaparral of the Bear Divide sector, Angeles National Forest. Proceed to coordinates latitude 3.
Geological wonder that attracts hikers, photographers.
Ground to flight deck, inserting bypass pin. Ensure parking.
APU start. Waiting for APU bleed available. All right, here's the departure briefing. We're departing from San Francisco.
You reported severe chop at flight level 360. Just give me a heads up if you need to move.
Belt sign has been turned on. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
A living world, powered by SayIntentions.AI.
Pretty great, right? Yeah. We've come a long way. Look, this is how you train. This is how you learn. This is the kind of stuff that makes flight simming so much fun. And we're super proud that we can be part of that. Spotter will be available before the end of the month. Plate Brief and Backtrack are actually available as of now to our partner supporters. You're welcome. Very excited about that. And they'll be available to all of our subscribers here in just a couple weeks. But anybody can become one of our partner supporters. And with that, for those who haven't met them, I thought it might be fun to quickly leave you with a video introducing you to some of our new cabin crew members. Here it is, and thanks, you guys.
Welcome aboard. I'm Lisa, one of the AI crew leads from SayIntentions.AI.
Your cabin doesn't have to feel empty anymore.
We'll make the boarding, safety, service, and arrival announcements on your next flight. Whether you fly real-world airlines, virtual airlines, business jets, or charter flights, we're here for you.
Most of us take our jobs very seriously.
But a few of us are just sick of being here.
And if something goes wrong on your flight, we'll work with you to coordinate a solution.
Captain, we've got a medical emergency back here. I'll keep you posted, but I'd recommend diverting to Kalamazoo.
We'll make your next flight smarter, more alive, and closer than ever to the real thing.
We're your SayIntentions.AI cabin crew, and we're ready to fly.
Introducing the iniBuilds A380 airliner. 4 engines, 2 decks, a global icon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. السيدات والسادة، نرحب بكم على ميريديان.
Please welcome to the stage, PlaneEnglish.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, I guess everybody. I'm Moharimane with PlaneEnglish, and just as you saw in that video, I'll be sharing you a little bit of our journey for our end-to-end communication training and a couple of new, well, not new, I guess, a couple of announcements with you today. We started about 8 years ago as brand new student pilots and a couple of simmers trying to figure out a way to address the, whatever you want to call it, mic fright, mic freeze, and basically a way to learn aviation radio communication and how to talk to air traffic controller in a more effective and constructive way. About a year after that, so about 7 years ago, we introduced RSIM, the Aviation Radio Simulator. So this was our way to provide a communication trainer designed to help pilots, enthusiasts, what have you, how to talk to air traffic controller. RSIM has been available for mobile devices as well as on the web. And during this past 7 years, we have thousands of student pilots, flight schools, training academies, as well as military training organizations that are using it around the world. However, talking on the radio, being able to learn it in a focused way, it's not all. It's the little additions and aggregations of many small tasks that make challenging both communications and piloting in general. So with that, we are announcing the addition of VOLO as one of the features of RSIM. So what VOLO provides and what it is, it's an AI-powered light simulation environment when pilots can learn and practice aviation communications while doing some of the flying tasks. So it's not a full-blown simulator, but it adds a little bit of complexity toward that more complex environment of flying. VOLO it's currently available for beta testing or to our beta users, and it is a feature of RSIM. It'll just be part of the standard features that come with a subscription. Now, as some of you or many of you having learned what to say on the radio, how to say it, it's not the same as actually doing it, whether you're doing it on aircraft or in a simulator, when you're dealing with all the other things that you have to do while flying. So it was because of that, then we took this even further, and I'm super excited to announce today that we're introducing RSIM Link, which brings that AI ATC simulated environment of VOLO with the feedback and assessment capabilities of RSIM itself inside the simulator. And what that does is it's our way of providing a better training experience, a more realistic training experience, and a more effective training experience, both on the communication side and flying in general. Our approach and what sets us aside in this is that we're bringing not just an ATC or an AI conversation to the flying experience, but actually standardization, procedural accuracy, workload management, the real world timing pressure, and most importantly, feedback, assessment, and evaluation of your performance to close that learning loop that helps in overall training and building your skills. So in the next couple of days, feel free to stop by at booth 605, and happy to answer any questions. Anybody wearing this shirt? We got a lot of our team here today. I don't know where they are because I can't see them, but Saif, Miguel, there you go, Kevin, Tim, John, Kate, and thank you for the opportunity, and hopefully I'll see many of you in the next couple of days.
Please welcome to the stage, Combat Pilot.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Pacific Theater of World War II. My name is Carlos. I'm the technical director at the Combat Pilot team. And we are a new, hardcore, built-from-scratch flight simulator. We are an entirely Western-based team using Western tech. And we have chosen this very particular theater because nobody has really done it in over 20 years. As a dedicated combat flight simulator. There are many unique challenges to working on the Pacific, and it makes this project particularly difficult to make. Most of these challenges come from the scarce availability of documentation and data, mostly around the Japanese aircraft, and there are many countless technical details that I'd like to share with you today. And we will, in fact, be available in booth 505 to show you, to play the game, and display our latest version of the game. But in this short presentation, I'd like to focus on one particular aspect, one of the key aspects that make Combat Pilot special. And that is our flight modeling engine. We have a proprietary physics engine, which is what powers the mathematics, the physics of the aircraft in flight. And it is special because it's multi-threaded. It means that all of your processor cores are used to do this math, so it's quick. It's deterministic, so different people will have exactly the same results. It's modular. We can make any kind of plane. We can model the bombs, as you can see, and airplanes and all sorts of things with it. But we actually use quite a few ways of combining empirical, analytical, experimental ways of calculating these airplanes, each one to their strength, to try to make the airplanes fly as realistic as possible. And of course, we use computational fluid dynamics. We have an engineering team highly specialized in this technology to try to calculate all our airplanes to the same standard of quality and realism. Finally, we also use real performance data and the testimonies of real warbird pilots to validate and improve our models. So the idea behind this technology is to be able to harness all the state-of-the-art tech, to be able to model some of these aircraft that have been lost through time, that we don't really know how they flew, but we will figure out how they flew. And hopefully we will have a great result. And you can try it out on booth 505. And now I'll pass it on to Fritz.
Thanks, Carlos. My name is Fritz Mosselman. I'm the newly appointed project coordinator for Combat Pilot. And I want to start out with a shout out to our volunteers from FTC who've been so supportive in getting this set up here at this wonderful venue. That's not the only shout out I want to do. I also like to shout out to Jason Williams, who, as you may know, has recently said goodbye to the industry, and he announced that a while ago. With that, I think the industry, or the whole scene, bids farewell to one of its true greats. So with that, I'd like to say that you can rest assured that we are totally committed to bringing his vision for Combat Pilot to life. But now back to Combat Pilot. I'm here today actually to make a couple of pretty important announcements. So let's dive in. When we release Combat Pilot, it will also feature a free demo. And it will include, as you see, the F4, F3, a midway map, a way to build your own mission, even if that's kind of limited. And therefore, it has to feature guns and ordnance. And as Carlos just described, our flight models will be something special. So we think anyone should have a chance to test that for themselves before spending their money. The demo will also become our base game, on top of which we will release our first title called Carrier Qualification. And that is to be released together with the Combat Pilot demo. It will happen at the same time. It will feature the F4F4, as you see, the A6M2 Zeek from some pretty famous birds, the carriers Enterprise and Akagi, and of course it owes its title to the fact that it features carrier operations, which include things like an LSO. Aside from that, we will have clickable cockpits, and it will have a good deal of realistically modeled mechanics, and of course the whole game will have VR support. But that's not all we'll release. We will also release, with carrier qualification, our first collector aircraft. And these birds are extremely rare in the simming universe, at least when it comes to the user being able to use them at all in combat situations. Our B-17 will start life with the flight deck fully modeled, and it's our intention to, over time, model all of the positions for it. And as for the A6M2N, the roof, we've implemented water landings already. That happened quite recently. And that means we're ready for more seaplanes and flying boats to be implemented in the future. Now then, after carrier qualification as a first release, we intend to expand to the Pacific theater in steps. So carrier qualification itself is set around midway. We will follow it up with the next module called Wake Island. And after that, we could move on to the Solomons or to the Coral Sea. Eventually, we'll add more, which could be any theater of World War II, such to be decided later, I guess. But with our way of making our flight models, we can go anywhere for anything. We will release the free base game, as well as carrier qualification, plus the collector planes, all at the same time, early in 2027. And I know that earlier announcements mentioned 2026 as a moment for that. However, we have decided that we cannot postpone the development of multiplayer any longer, which was originally intended to be added much later. But that would immensely complicate the technical implementation. And the longer we wait, the worse that gets. So proper multiplayer will be part of a later update, for which the development time will be reduced significantly as a result of us doing the groundwork now. Carrier qualification will offer way more in return as well, because the modeling of ballistics, damage models, guns, and ordnance will be integrated in the initial release, which is a bonus compared to the initial plan. In short, it might be a bit later than you expected, but you get way more bang for your buck in return, and a shorter route to a second module. So you can join the pilot community, combat pilot community, in a number of ways, which includes becoming a Patreon. Our Ace tier patrons have access to and are already flying the alpha version that you just saw the trailer from, and it's available here, this latest version. Yeah, and I guess that wraps it up for Combat Pilot, as Carlos says. Carlos said, come visit us at booth 505, get your hands on some Pacific action, and tell us what you think. And we're quite sure you'll find it pretty realistic. And I guess that's it from us. Thank you very much. If you were watching this from the live stream, thanks for watching, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Altimeter Motives.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Ron Sartori. I'm the founder and owner of Altimeter Motives. And like many businesses, I started out as an enthusiast and couldn't find the products I wanted, so I decided to make it myself. I made my first full-size Cessna 172 panel when others saw it. They wanted one too. Although retired, soon I was making more and started business again. Since 2019, I've sold over 1,000 GA instrument panels, and these panels have working knobs and buttons that, when attached to a full-screen monitor, provides a highly realistic and affordable home setup. But all of our full-size panels had a problem. Something was missing, and it was a product that didn't exist. And I wanted, as many of my customers requested as well, a yoke that worked better with my panels. Taking this on as a challenge, I worked over the past year as to how we might achieve this. To explain the concept and desirability, I want to introduce my friend, retired airline and fighter pilot and simulation YouTuber, Russ Barlow, to explain how we got here. Russ?
That's a 50-year-old picture of me when I was a young fighter pilot flying the F-4 Phantom. I still can't believe that they let me fly that thing around when I wasn't old enough to rent a car. Well, if you watch my YouTube videos, you probably know that as a retired pilot, I'm always seeking the most realistic flight simulation experience possible. For me, mixed reality is the best way to do that. By mixed reality, I mean blending a real hands-on sim cockpit with a virtual world using high-quality color pass-through video. Using Air Manager also lets me create custom touch control panels on monitors to interact with the simulator. My latest idea was to use a large screen TV with a IR touch frame to display a full-scale instrument panel. This panel appears naturally in the pass-through view, allowing physical interaction, combining the best of both the real and the virtual worlds. It's an economical and incredibly flexible approach to simulation and training. Realistic hands-on input with the ability to switch between aircraft types instantly. The only missing piece was a proper yoke that could be positioned at a realistic height and distance in front of this large panel. And this challenge isn't unique to my setup, it's a problem for many simmers. As home cockpit builders, most of us use affordable flat-screen monitors to create dedicated instrument panels. Some use touchscreen monitors, while others prefer monitors with physical overlays, with bezels and knobs, like Ron's excellent panels. The challenge we all face, however, is where do we put the monitor in relation to the yoke? I found that getting the panel height, distance, and yoke position just right makes a surprising difference in both the comfort and immersion. The most obvious option is to place the monitor directly on top of the yoke. While this keeps everything compact, it usually positions the panel too high, blocking a realistic view over the nose. The yoke handle often ends up sitting much too low relative to the instruments. A second common approach is to place the monitor on the desk surface beyond the yoke. This brings the height down to a more natural level, but the yoke itself can partially block your view and access to the lower sections of the panel. With most yokes, the panel's too far away to easily reach switches or make touch inputs. I mentioned this problem to Ron, and he told me that many of his customers had the same complaint. They wanted a yoke that's positioned naturally in the correct height and distance from the panel. I even joked maybe we could create a custom monitor with a hole for the yoke shaft. I was surprised a short time later when Ron contacted me and said he thought he had found a solution. He showed me this. Ron designed a sleek, innovative yoke with an extremely compact footprint. It can sit directly on a desk, or it can be mounted to a desk's front edge. Best of all, the monitor panel setup's totally flexible. Whether using mixed reality or not, the yoke placement problems are finally solved. Ron, why don't you tell us how you came up with this design and walk us through how it works?
Sure, Russ. Well, when we started out, we had a few main goals. First, it should be able to sit in front of the instrument panel at the proper height and distance from the panel. Second, it should include a full-size yoke with a pitch travel and rotation travel like other quality yokes. And finally, it should have a realistic feel, one appropriate for flat screen-based instrument panels like mine. Here's how it works. The yoke, with a very short shaft, sits on top of a movable pillar. That pillar transfers the yoke's pitch movement to a supporting trolley carriage underneath where the pitch measurements can be made. After many experiments, I implemented a sturdy trolley support similar to that used in high-speed roller coasters. We were recently awarded a utility patent for the yoke. I think we achieved our design goals, but Russ, you have flown with the actual prototype. What do you think?
Well, I think it's great. I love the compact footprint and the clean design. Once you position it in front of your panel, the yoke just looks and feels right. The base stays completely out of sight, below your field of view, and it makes things very realistic. You can easily look over and around the yoke. You can reach around for the switches and controls on the lower part of the panel, just like in the real aircraft. For me, it was instantly more immersive. Now, while the yoke sits flat on the desk using almost no space, the option is mounting it to the front edge is really the best way to go. This allows you to place the yoke handle to the perfect height and distance relative to your panel. I really was bummed when Ron asked me to send a prototype back, and I really like to have another one. So Ron, now what are you going to do with it? Before I say that, I'm going to post a video this afternoon, so if you want more information, you might check that out. But Ron, why don't you tell us your plans for this yoke and the vision for the future?
Sure. Well, at this stage of my retirement life, I could use some help taking this concept further. I could use help in its further development, marketing, and manufacture. Should the sim community find this desirable, they can help by creating demand. I want to see this product made widely available, and I'm committed to make it happen. To achieve adoption, I'm willing to provide a very liberal license agreement with one or more quality partners who share my vision. No cash needed, no royalty charged, only requiring that a brochure of my products be included with every yoke sold. In summary, we want adoption and productization. We hold a patent. We offer an extremely liberal, non-cash, royalty-free IP license with co-marketing required. If you're a manufacturer who wants to build this yoke, come talk to us at our booth. If you're a potential user who would like to use this yoke, tell us, or also let your favorite yoke manufacturer know. Please help us land this plane and bring this yoke to our sim community. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the show.
The OnAir Companion is our new platform for OnAir Airline Manager. With a brand new interface, improved performance, multilingual support, and now available in open beta for all players, it includes several new features. Let's take a look at two of them. The entire VATSIM calendar is now available directly in your charters. You select the event, the route is already set, fly with the network, and your airline gets paid for the flight. But flying is only part of the challenge. Aviation Quiz lets you test your aviation knowledge across 9 subjects and 3 difficulty levels. Answer correctly, earn XP and reputation for your company. If you're new to OnAir, start with a 7-day free trial at onair.company.
Please welcome to the stage Luke from Bernoulli.
Hi, FlightSimExpo. I'm really excited to be back. Bernoulli is back at the FlightSimExpo. It's really exciting. For anybody who hasn't seen Bernoulli before, Bernoulli is a flight intelligence, a virtual flight instructor. I'm a flight instructor, and my dream has always been to have students have more effective time on the simulator. That's the dream behind Bernoulli. So I have 4 things that I want to bring to your attention today, but if you're not able to join us in person, we have our Discord and my whole team is here. I just want to make sure that everyone is able to speak to me this week. If you're online and watching and have questions during the presentation or this weekend, please message us and ask your questions. I love talking to students about their individual training needs. Every student's mission is different in their learning, so I just really like to make sure I understand that. There are 4 elements to what I want to show you today. First, flight training. Talk about how Bernoulli uses official flight training. Our Pro Pilot Guarantee, how we support real-world pilots in their attempt to pass a check ride. Flight educators. I know there are a lot of flight educators and simulator managers here, and I have something exciting to show them. And tech support. This is a new item that we're showing this weekend, and I want to present it to you here today. So let's go to the first, flight training. How Bernoulli deals with flight training is the same way a real flight instructor deals with flight training. We use specific standards and rules as an instructor in the cockpit. We create a positive and effective learning environment for students. I noticed most people who use simulators trying to learn something want to do things correctly. We want to do things the way it's done in the real world. We want to use correct standards. So we use PPL, CPL, and IFR training standards. So anybody who wants to learn in their simulator hops on and begins a curriculum just like we do in the real world. We want to learn how to do circuits. We want to learn how to do approaches. We want to learn how to do emergencies like engine failures and fires. Bernoulli handles that the same way a real flight instructor does, using correct standards. So we support a whole range of standards from Transport Canada, FAA, and EASA. We keep expanding this. Pro pilots, what we say pro pilots. Bernoulli Pro is a customizable, very succinct version of Bernoulli designed for people who are in pursuit of an actual pilot's license, a PPL, a CPL, or an IFR rating. So we have a guarantee. It's a pay once membership where we become your partner for the entire period of you trying to pass a check ride. You come and declare a check ride, a PPL, CPL, or IFR, and I love being a partner of these students in their pursuit of that license. It seems like everybody has unique challenges, and Bernoulli Pro is really about just standing behind you and becoming your partner in it. Ideally, we don't waste any money on the simulator. Ideally, we save lots of money on the simulator if we're in flight training. I believe, and we believe with Bernoulli, that the flight simulator is one of the most useful places to do learning. And so Bernoulli Pro is really about supporting that. So those are our 2 tiers of flight training. Flight educators, there's a lot of flight educators here. And managing simulators is challenging. Managing students is challenging. So Bernoulli has one feature that is an e-logbook. A logbook to manage individual simulator units and students. You have a whole room of students. It's important to keep track of them and be able to integrate their learning back into the classroom. That's what the Bernoulli educator feature is really all about, having a succinct logbook for each of your students. So you see we score students the same way real examiners do, so you can keep log of their score. Finally, my announcement in my last minute here is our tech support. We're releasing Bernoulli Mechanic. This is one of our most exciting features. Bernoulli Mechanic, I noticed that a lot of students waste time on their simulator with tech support items. It gets in the way of their actual learning. So Bernoulli Mechanic is an outside of the simulator application that scans the simulator environment, all the files, and understands what might be happening. You might be having some tech support issue, and we want to join a human into the loop. So Bernoulli bridges that gap, communicates to our team. Bernoulli is really about aviate, navigate, communicate, and learning really efficiently on the simulator. So please come join us, take a look at Bernoulli on our booth this weekend, and I look forward to seeing you all. Or if you can't, join us on Discord. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. What do we think so far? All right. We are going to take a 15-minute break, so if you need to use the restrooms, there's water fountains out there. Mingle around, stretch your legs. We'll be back in 15 with some more exciting announcements.
Hello, everyone. My name is Magnus Axholt. I'm the CEO of Navigraph. It's very nice to be here. Thank you, Phil and Evan, for inviting us. You are such professional. You should see the crew back there. They got everything dialed in. I'm joined on stage here by Stephen O'Connell, CTO and co-founder of Navigraph, and also Albin Fransson, who is a software developer and product owner of our product Navigraph Charts. And we will be showing you some of the features that we have been developing specifically to be released here today. In the off chance you haven't heard about Navigraph, we are a company founded in 2003. We are in Stockholm, so we're a Swedish company. We are a team of 60-some developers. Some of us are pilots, some of us are developers, so we have marketing and support, and a few of us are here today in the Navigraph booth 712, where we hope to see you later on. Without further ado, I'd like for Stephen to do a year-end review, please.
All right, so this has been a busy year for Navigraph. We'll take a few minutes just to go through some of the releases that we had, in case you missed them, before we get into the new stuff. So let's start off with the Rogers VFR charts release that happened, that was announced actually at FSExpo last year. We released it in the fall. This is professional VFR charts now available in the Charts app covering Europe. Before we were well covered in the US with the FAA sectionals, but with the Rogers VFR charts, we also got Europe covered. And on the topic of VFR and Europe, we also released Jeppesen VFR charts. They cover approximately 2,000 airports in Europe with airport diagrams, procedure charts, and local notes. Also very well received and again adds to the VFR capabilities of the Charts app. We added FAA helicopter sectionals. These show low altitude routes, visual reporting points, and airspace depictions suitable for helicopters. Navigraph Academy, a release we did towards the end of last year. It's a free flight school with where you can learn, you can fly, and you can test your abilities in the simulator. It's both educational and fun at the same time. And just a couple of weeks ago, we launched the latest lesson in this course, which is called Instrument Approaches. If you haven't checked it out, go to academy.navigraph.com and try this. Scratch pads is something we also added to the app. It's a great way to prepare your flight. We have lots of templates you can fill in using your hand or your finger, stylus, or the keyboard. So you can fill in ATIS information, clearances, weather, performance data, etc. And you have that readily available when you're out flying. Approach Bundle is a group of features that we released just a couple of months ago with, for example, approach feathers and extended runway center lines, which makes approach planning easier. We also added the ruler feature there, a long-awaited thing. So that was launched, I think, a couple of months back. More recently, we announced this collaboration partnership with FlightRadar 24. So with this, we have now professional, real-world, high-quality live traffic data available for the flight simulation domain. The first partner here was FSLTL, that we kicked off this collaboration with their release in May, where it's now powered by real-world traffic coming from FlightRadar 24. More recently, actually in the beginning of this week, Beyond ATC also added this capability to their supporters edition of Beyond ATC. More developers are working on this right now, so we hope to have some cool announcements coming later. Before we go into the new features, I'll just quickly mention that we have a couple of things that we have announced. For example, taxiway routing and Symlink version 2. They took a bit longer than expected to get out the door. They're pretty complex projects. Rest assured, we're working on them, and we hope to have some more information about this soon. But now, let's talk about the new stuff. So, over to you, Albin.
Thank you, Steven. And yes, I think we'll let the video do the talking here. So let's roll it. All right, that's a bunch of new features for Navigraph charts and one new Navigraph integration for avionics. And I thought, yeah, the video tells much, but I'll walk through the new features here step by step. So, the first one is oceanic tracks. Oceanic tracks they're a little bit complicated. They're being updated every day, more or less, and they are there because flying over the Pacific Ocean or the North Atlantic Ocean, it's a bit tricky. Limited radar coverage and limited radio communication. And the tracks are there to make it simple. So you'll now have this in Navigraph charts, and I'll show you how it works. So here we are in Navigraph charts. We have the world layer up here, and we can see some jet streams over the North Atlantic Ocean. If we switch to I4 high, we can see that we have a few tracks here, and those are being updated according to the real-world standards. And if we press the track here, we can see in the menu, we can see a lot of info. We can see that this is a westbound track, track alpha for the North Atlantic Ocean. We can see the validity period of this track. We can see the flight levels, the entry fix, the exit fix, the route, and of course the raw message if you really want to dig in. The tracks are there, but of course we want to use it as well. And we need a flight for that. If you're using SimBrief, it will work straight out of the box. But here we're planning a flight inside of charts from Amsterdam over to Minneapolis, of course. And this is crossing the North Atlantic Ocean, and we will utilize the tracks. So in the left-hand menu, right at the bottom, you can see Oceanic Track button. If you're clicking this button, you'll open up a new shiny track selector. And it looks like this. You can switch between westbound tracks and eastbound tracks. You can also switch between the NAT tracks over the North Atlantic or the PACO tracks over the Pacific Ocean. And of course between the west and east. This track selector is quite smart, so it recognizes your type of flight and pre-selects it for you. And we're going to choose a track here. I think we're choosing the Bravo track and adding it to our route. And it becomes a part of your route. And if you're checking on the left-hand side, you can see that in between the origin and the destination, we now have the oceanic track as its own separate part. Of course, the route is not complete, so we'll auto-route this. And the auto-routing functionality, we put a lot of effort for it. So if you have selected a track, it becomes persistent. So it's going to auto-route according to that track. And that is the oceanic tracks. And it will be available in our booth, so make sure to come by and test it. The next one is Brazil VFR charts. We already have VFR chart, as Steven mentioned, the traditional paper charts for FAA in the US and Rogers data in Europe. Now we have Brazil VFR charts as well by the Dikia provider. Here we are over Brazil. Brazil is a very large country. And if we select in the map preset VFR charts for Brazil, we can see, okay, Brazil is quite huge. If we zoom in here into Sao Paulo and São José, we can see that you have all the details that you actually need to be able to do a very well VFR flight. You can see all the airspaces, you can see all the obstacles, all the VORs, restricted airspace, the city, everything that you need to have in a very high resolution and this cool traditional paper style chart. If we go over north of Rio instead, we can see there's a terrainy area. And if we zoom in even further, we get a more detailed view of these charts with all the terrains showing, which is very handy for doing the VFR visual flight. And if we zoom out here, we can see that these charts are covering the whole Brazil, so it's a huge improvement here. We're not only doing it for Brazil, we're of course doing it for Southeast Asia and selections of the Middle East. So if we open Navigraph chart here again, we can see that we're over the Southeast Asia. And if we go into the map pre-selector and select Southeast Asia VFR charts, we can zoom in here on Jakarta, and we can see it's a big city. We have some terrain around it. Also to the west, we have a mountain. We can see it contains all the details, all the terrain, all the airspaces, the MORAs, the VORs, everything that you might want to have as a VFR pilot. And this is also available for selections of the Middle East by the same provider, AAD Aero. Then we have the weekly updates for Jeppesen charts. So the Jeppesen charts are these charts. The paper style charts from Jeppesen, the terminal charts, we have those for over 7,000 airports at a lot of airports, and each airport typically have a bunch of these, and they can become outdated. And we will now update this in a 1-week interval instead of the IRAC cycle. Last, but absolutely not least, the Navigraph integration into the EPIC 2 avionics suite for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. The EPIC 2 avionics are standard in the PC-12 and the PC-24, very nice aircrafts. And with the Navigraph integration, you'll get charts and you'll also get scene brief. So I'll show you a little bit. We are here in the PC-24. And we can see that we have the PFD on the left-hand side and MFD on the right-hand side. In the flight plan source in the MFD, we can select the source scene brief now. It will open up the latest scene brief flights that you've created. You'll get a nice preview, and it natively integrates this into the avionics with the SIDs and stars loaded if you want to. And we can see that we can activate it. And we can, of course, go to the departure page, and we can see that runway 26 left, and our SID is preloaded here. So there's very mainstream the workflow here. We can also open the charts, those terminal charts, the Jeppesen charts, both the IFR ones and the VFR ones that we released previously. And if we go into the SID here, we can see that our SID star is pre-selected, and we can preview it here. And we can see that we can pan, we can zoom, of course it's a chart, we want to do that, but we also have moving maps, so you'll see your own position right inside of the avionics in the PC-12 and PC-24. And that is it for us. So with that said, I'm handing it over to you, Magnus.
I hope you guys are equally excited about these products, or sorry, these features as we are. They come from you and your suggestions. I suggest that you head over to booth 712 and you tell us what it is that you want and what you need for your flight simming hobby, and we will include that in our future roadmap. For all the developers out there, dev@navigraph.com is where you can make contact with our development team in case you need support in some way. We can offer you data, most recently the live traffic data that we're getting from Flight Radar 24, but also as with the example here of SayIntentions earlier today. They implemented our URI scheme URI scheme, yes, for deep linking into charts so that you can open Navigraph charts to a selected chart with a direct link, for instance. These are just some examples, but there are many other ways in which we can support you as a third-party developer. Currently, we're working with roughly 200, and it's a busy job, but of course, we want to make sure that everyone's dreams come true. Also, if you are a Navigraph Academy pilot and you might have completed your virtual PPL, we have a little surprise for you if you were to come to our booth. I'm not going to spoil it, so please come and see us, and we have a little something for you. And for the rest of you that have not completed Navigraph Academy Virtual PPL, there's also plenty of other things that might be useful for you. I was having my eye on this, what do you call them here in America? Koozies, is that it? A neoprene sleeve that can cool your drink while you're flying. How about that? It's all in the Navigraph booth. Thank you very much.
Have you ever tried to pop a panel out of your simulator, only to chase it across 3 monitors? Just launch GlassOut and fly. Pixel-perfect screens straight from the simulator. Set up your aircraft profile once and everything snaps into place, exactly where you left it, every flight. From a PC with a tablet on the desk to a 6-screen hardware build. Native companion apps put your panels on any phone or tablet on your network. And touch panels stay touch. Every tap goes right back to the sim. Your panels follow you anywhere. No GPU hit, the same smooth sim on any machine. Want to know more about GlassOut? Look for this guy. GlassOut, now in public beta.
Please welcome to the stage, Virtual Fly.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here with us today. My name is Christian. I'm sales manager on VirtualFly, and today with me is my colleague, Neil Hines. So, as you may know, VirtualFly has not been on the show the past 2 years, but we had very good reasons. We have been developing new products and new releases that we're going to show this weekend. And we thought this could be a very good year to show you all because we are doing 15 years on the market. So as you may know, we have our family of products, our flight controls that are currently on our booth to be tested. We have our Yoko Plus, we have our pedals Rodo Plus, and we have our throttle quadrants, our TQ3 Plus for single engine, our TQ6 Plus for the twin engine, and our TPM Bernouilli. All of them are on the booth, so you're all welcome to test and see all of them. Some of our products that are as well shown is our new family products called the family Switcher family. This is a family of avionics that are represented for all the general aviation. We have our Switcher engines, our Switcher trims, and our Switcher lights, with our Switcher radios for communication and navigation. These products are Switcher FX panel, where you'll be able to install all the Switcher engines, Switcher lights, Switcher trims, with the Switcher radios, and with all the flight controls we use, as the Yoko Plus, the Bernouilli, and the Rodo Plus. As well, there is the Switcher G1000 panel, where you will have all the Switcher products, but you can change the switcher radius for the G1000 product we have as a replica of the actual G1000. These products are already available to buy and to test on our booth as well. And now, as a new big release for this year on the flight controls, we have our new first force feedback product, our called Yoko Force Neo. This product is developed to be as realistic possible. This product has the next technical aspects. You can find everything here. We have on the left the autopilot disconnection, the trim interrupt, the control for the pitch trim, and the control wheel steering switch. On the right, you will still have the hat switch and the yaw trim, and on the back, the push-to-talk system. So, for the first time, we are showing on a show the product with a new release, which is the linked software we develop. This system, it goes through a software, it's not mechanical, and this is already shown on the booth. You will see how it works and test it as well. This product is developed with our own software. This software is thought to be the most easy and smooth to set up, to configure it, and test it, and do everything you need to make it as realistic possible. So for the next slide, I'm going to give the word to Neil. He's going to pick up and explain you everything on our professional market, our full simulators. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Neil Heinz, and I'm the lead aeronautical engineer at Virtual Fly. Christian has told you about what your hands can touch in terms of our flight controls and products. I will tell you about what you can actually fly. So at Virtual Fly, we have two different lines of professional flight simulators. We have the Solo family, which comprises currently the Solo Pro A, G1, and D4, which are for essentially the Cessna 172 trainers and the Diamond DA40 trainers, which you can see on the left-hand side of our slide. And on the right-hand side, you can see the Duo Pro family, which is the more complex flight simulators we have, which we currently have. Well, we just showcased two, the Duo Pro A and G1, which are they recreate the Baron G58 aircraft in analog and a G1000 cockpit. And I mentioned this was a bit more, it's one of our most complex products because it has also a motion platform of 2 degrees of freedom that adds this extra realism feel onto it. These are our legacy flight simulators, and now I'm going to move on to show our latest flight simulators, which use the latest X-Plane 12 flight simulator engine, and this is our latest. Actually, we were doing our first install this week with one of our clients in New Jersey, and this is the Solo Pro Seminole, which, as you can tell from the name, is based on the Piper Seminole aircraft, and it's in our Solo Pro family, so it allows it's a single seater, but you can find every aspect of the cockpit in the aircraft simulated here. And with our latest simulators, the beauty of them, the beauty of X-Plane 12 is that it allows us to do and tailor the flight model as close as possible as all the data that we have available, that is publicly available from the POH, for example. So we paid a special care on that in our flight, especially in our new designs, such as the Solo Pro Seminole. And moving on, this is our Duo Pro Caravan, which is, as you can see, the full motion. Well, 2D. It's one of our motion flight systems. And I didn't mention this, but all of our professional flight simulators are AATD approved. For now, the Caravan is no exception to that, and you can see it is a very high fidelity replica of the cockpit of the Cessna, of the very famous single engine turboprop aircraft. And we even have a motorized trim wheel in the pedestal and all the, so that we pay a lot of care into allowing all of our clients to essentially make sure that they can train as much as possible in our flight simulator, just so that if they encounter a critical or emergency situation in the real aircraft, they have all the tools and all the knowledge available to follow the correct procedures. That's it from my side. If we are at booth 508, so feel free to come talk to us, and it's been a pleasure being here.
Just to close our talk, as Neil said, you can find all of our social networks, so be able to connect. And we have a special announcement on the Yoko Force Neo. This Yoko Force Neo, as we're presenting on the weekend, this one is going to be a limited pre-order after the summer as a first batch. This pre-order is going to open after the summer, but now we are currently offering tickets for a priority order. These tickets, you can buy it now. So it's a ticket that just cost $170. This price is included on the final price. It's not an extra. And this will allow you to be the first to order on the limited pre-order we're going to show. We're going to hit after the summer. So please, or you can scan, take a look, and all invited to come to our booth and talk about it. Thank you so much today. Thank you.
Thank you.
For over a century, the human dream of flight has never ceased. From the early pioneers to the modern age, we always look to the sky. Today, technology has finally brought that grand dream into our world. But to truly conquer the sky, software is only half the story. Meet the CS737 Throttle Quadrant by Cockpit Simulator. Premium engineering, motorized auto throttle, and professional precision. Don't just fly, feel it. Experience the future of simulation at FlightSimExpo booth 917.
When you think of the great pilots in history, the Wright brothers, Lindbergh, Earhart, what if I told you none of them ever flew IFR? But you can fly IFR.
We built the Sporty's IFR kit on FlyShirley for anyone with X-plane and the goal of getting sharper, seasoned instrument pilots and total beginners alike.
You don't need a fancy rig, just a monitor and a microphone.
Each scenario comes with a Sporty's course video. Some of these challenges are extremely difficult. They'll teach you things about avionics and charts you didn't know you didn't know.
Early access this weekend only. $40 locks in your price, with 8 more lessons dropping next week.
Stop by the FS Elite stage tomorrow for a deep dive. Then come fly the air races at the Flight Codex booth.
Sporty's IFR kit on FlyShirley.com.
See you in the skies.
Hey everyone, hope you're all having a good time. My name is Marco, this is Ben, we are from Laminar Research and we want to talk about X-Plane today. So, especially what have we been up the last 12 months? We had 9 releases in total, and one second, so here we go. So we had 9 releases in total and really focused on performance. We know hardware is expensive these days, so it's important to get the most out of your box. And we also improved our gateway system, added a lot of new assets for people to create awesome looking airports. And X-Plane 12 is by far our most successful release so far. I picked out 4 releases I want to talk in detail a bit. And let's start with our gateway asset update. That was in July last year. We asked the community, what do you need from us to create airports? And we got a huge list of add-ons, like new cars, camping tents, and stuff like that. And, well, we implemented it. We released 250 assets with it. And it was well received, and thank you so much for all the work you all do, you know, updating the airports and so on. In November, that was quite excited, we released our weather updates. That was by far the biggest update of last year. We implemented a full-blown weather radar and implemented it in our default fleet, and also in the G1000, we implemented synthetic vision, and even historical weather, so you can just go back in time. You want to fly 2 weeks ago, the weather, no problem. Just set date and time and you're all set. And we also provided the tools you need to integrate the weather radar in your own aircraft. Then in November, we had our seat check update. We called it seat check because it touches so many different areas of the simulator. And one of the most exciting features was multi-threading support. So it really improved performance for many people. And we also updated our 330 and teamed up with Toby to integrate their eye tracker 5. So you don't need any additional software. Just plug it in, start X-Plane, and you're all set. And this year, we are very excited about the VR release. We teamed up with Apple to make X-Plane available on the Apple Vision Pro and added mixed reality and hand tracking support for supported devices. But also other people like, you know, Quest 3 users, they have something out of the VR release because we rewrote the entire system. It's all new. It's a lot better. You know, you have a much nicer experience now. And here I have some nice screenshots from the Discord server. We didn't modify those, you know, they just show how good X-Plane can really look these days. We are really proud of that. So let's talk about the roadmap, what we have planned in the future. We have 3 goals when we decide what to do. The first thing is we want to empower pilots. We want you to have a good experience when you fly, and you end your flight, we want you to say, oh, that was nice. The other thing is we want to empower developers. You know, a flight simulator is just as good as its community. So we want to make sure that developers have the tools they need to create good add-ons, but also get the support from us so that they can reach us, that we are just there, you know, to help them. And the other thing, of course, we want to empower the future. You know, we want to enhance X-Plane. We want to look at even that it's much nicer as well. And this is what Ben will talk about then in a couple of minutes. So right now we are at the VR release, and I expect that to be final in, let's say, 2 weeks if nothing goes wrong. And next will be the SDK update. So when I talked about, you know, we want to empower developers, that's what it is really about. We added a bunch of new SDK tools, Ben will talk about that again. And we implemented some improvements with the weather radar to make it even better. Added a CPDLC that I think a lot of online pilots will be very happy about it. Added even more scenery assets. And it's quite normal for us these days. We always have a custom airport when we release something. And this time we said it will be Farnborough Airport because of the great air show every year. And then later this year, probably in autumn, we will have a flight model update. We concentrate a lot on helicopters, so you have rotor blade tracking. We added a lot of procedures, helicopter procedures, and also enhanced the ground physics. You can really see that when you're on unpaved ground and it's wet and you try to taxi, you need a lot more power to get the aircraft moving. And we also have a custom airport this time, John F. Kennedy in New York City. You can see here the iconic tower Cristiano created that. Yeah, and that's it from my side. Now I hand over to Ben.
Thanks, Marco. I love being able to tell you guys about the stuff we've been working on. And these are 2 features that I think are going to be really great for developers who make stuff for X-Plane, and they're going to be really great for X-Plane. And the first one is panel graphics. So Every aircraft's computers are their own special snowflake. And the way that an add-on developer makes the displays for an airliner is they make a plugin in OpenGL. And this is how we've been doing it for a long time. OpenGL is a jack of all trades, master of none. It's not as high performance as Vulkan and the rest of X-Plane, and it's not that easy to use. Things like really good anti-aliasing are hard to do. So we have a new API for our plugin developers called Panel Graphics. This is a native Vulkan way to do avionics inside X-Plane, so you get really low overhead. But it's also much easier to use because you get all the things you would want if you're doing an airliner display. You get smooth TrueType fonts, you get vector graphics, you get anti-aliasing, and you get access to some of X-Plane's advanced features like the weather radar, the synthetic vision, the navigation displays. We're also making it easier to make a user interface in X-Plane, another pain point. You can use the new native Panel Graphics API to do your own UI. You can also use Dear ImGUI, which is now natively attached to Vulkan. That's one our community really likes. And we're also allowing user interface done with web pages, with HTML using the Chromium embedded framework. We have this working and we're ready to share it. You can use these new APIs with C++, but you can also script them with Lua. And we're expecting to ship this in our SDK update this summer. If you're a developer and you'd like a preview, come talk to us because we'd love to share it. Before we talk about the other thing, just a standard disclaimer, the marketing people get really, really, really nervous when I talk about stuff that's still in development. So this is something that's in progress. It runs on my computer. This is what we're trying to do. It is subject to change as we try to make X-Plane as good as possible. But I want to talk about what we're doing with our next generation scenery. Thank you. So there's 4 major things we have to do to create next generation scenery. We need a better way to do the base mesh that can support more detail. We need to be compatible with our existing DSF scenery because we're not going to just throw out all the work our community has done to move forward. We also need more advanced 3D formats that can hold more detail, the kind of stuff you expect on modern computers. And we need a whole big pile of scenery data. So today I want to talk about what we're doing for these first 2 boxes. When we first created X-Plane's scenery system that we have now back in 2004, 8 megabytes of VRAM was like a lot of VRAM. People had 1 core, and there was no such thing as shaders. You couldn't program a GPU. So the way we solved that is we would pre-digest and bake a huge 100 by 100 kilometer chunk of scenery and really optimize it. And this was a pretty good idea for those older, slower, less capable computers. But at this point, we're starting to see real limitations. There's stuff we want to do and we can't do using the old technology. So we're working on the X-Plane Scenery Tile Engine. This is a tile-based, raster-based scenery engine for the terrain. And GPUs love this kind of data. They just eat it for breakfast. And it has a whole bunch of things that it can do that used to be really difficult. So let me tell you about them. First of all, let's just talk about what meshes look like. This is the Grand Canyon wireframe as we ship it today in X-Plane 12. And what you can see is there's some big triangles, there's some small triangles. We've kind of tried to use the triangles up in the craggly bits and not the flat bits. This was very clever back in 2004 when a triangle was really expensive. But it's also really dense in the foreground because it's fixed and it's pre-baked. And because some of those triangles are kind of big, the lighting on the mesa is kind of buttery and washed out. It just doesn't look that great. This is the new X-Plane Tile Scenery Engine doing the Grand Canyon. And what you can see is there's just a ton more detail. And that detail is really well distributed, so you get really nice sharp lighting for all the striations in the canyon. Editing meshes to create custom scenery has been a pain point. So in the old system, we would take that big chunk of scenery and pre-digest it, and if you wanted to edit that scenery, you had to redo some huge region. This is not a problem with the new tile-based scenery engine. With the tile-based scenery engine, you can just edit what you want to edit. So take a look at this. This is Minneapolis-St. Paul, and on the left you've got the basic runway, and on the right I've made a series of custom scenery edits. The FSExpo logo, that would be an orthophoto. I've just used a test image. But if you look at the X in the swoosh in Expo, That's actually real water. So this is a lake and coastline edit, which used to be a huge pain point. And if you look at the other FSExpo logo on the far side of the runway, that's actually an elevation mesh edit, and you can just see how fine that detail is, right? So this is a system that can do a ton of precision. And then this is the wireframe of what's actually happening before and after. Before the custom scenery comes in, we've got this nice uniform flat mesh because airports tend to be pretty flat. And then when we bring in our custom scenery, X-Plane raises the resolution of the mesh to have enough detail to capture that really fine FSExpo detail. We also need DSF compatibility. We're not just going to throw out people's work. So this is our existing X-Plane 12 Pacific Northwest scenery as we ship today, except it is being rendered by the X-Plane scenery tile engine. So I've got a debug view so you can see the tiles. The green tiles are smaller and higher detail, and then the yellow tile is bigger, and you can see the tiles getting larger in the background. And this is what the wireframe looks like. So on the left, you can see how X-Plane works today. Big, irregular, pre-baked triangles. It was optimized and is hard to edit. And on the right, you can see the scenery tile engine running the same scenery, but with this really fine detailed mesh for high quality lighting. So we're working on this new engine, but we're going to keep DSFs working. This is the money question, right? When? And this is when marketing starts to get nervous. But our goal is to ship the X-Plane scenery tile engine in X-Plane 12 this year. That is our intention. Thank you. Because what we want to do is we want to get this into the hands of add-on makers. They've been asking us, can we edit the meshes? Can we have a faster loading orthophoto scenery system? This has been on the wish list. And we have this technology, so we want to get this into users' hands so they can have faster loading. We want to get this into developers' hands so they can make even better airports. And we want to kick the tires. We've got this engine, we want to see it work, and we want to get some miles on it so we can use it to build our next generation scenery. So we've got a bunch of stuff coming up. We've got an SDK update where we want to put out panel graphics and really unlock fast panels and easier UI. We've got the flight model update, which has improvements in virtually every system in the flight model, incredible amounts of detail and a really high fidelity simulation. And we are working on rolling out our X-Plane add-on store. We want to ship the X-Plane scenery tile engine this year. And we are also working on motion vectors and temporal anti-aliasing. That's one that people really want, and we're working on that roadmap. And we have more performance improvements that we actually have developed that we're going to ship out. So we are on the show floor. We've got an area where we're doing workshops and seminars. So please come by and talk to us. We love to talk about these kinds of things, and we really appreciate you guys supporting X-Plane. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
2 years ago in Las Vegas, we introduced Cabby, AI cabin crew tool, with about 1,000 flights to its name. 2 years later, over 500,000 flights. Back then, Cabby let you voice your own cabin crew. Now, it does so much more. Let's take a look. You can talk to your crew and passengers in real time.
Jane, quick one for the cabin. Any score updates from the match?
Ladies and gentlemen, your captain has asked me to share. It's 2-1 in the second half for Germany, and yes, we'll keep you posted.
Drop in your own scenario. A wedding, a birthday, a rough Monday, and the AI builds the whole flight around it. Boarding and entertainment screens on any TV, so you can finally get the family in on your crazy little hobby. Every passenger is their own person, nationality, age, even fear of flying, each with a satisfaction score that rises and falls with how you fly. And after all of that, Cabby now costs less, from 29 down to 22.
Please welcome to the stage Fabian Lim, founder of FlightSim.com.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fabian from FlightSim.com. This is my third FlightSimExpo, and many of you look so familiar, so thank you for supporting aviation simulation. Now, I want to share with you some new products because I have very little time. I'll go straight to say that we launched our force feedback affordable yoke in 2024, and 2 years has since passed. We're going to be making some minor refinements, generally smaller form factor, because they said that our yoke was overweight. We're also going to be upgrading our roll model and having a mounting, dismounting, speedier experience. The pre-launch will be in 60 days, and prices to be confirmed. But relax, it's going to be affordable. Smaller form factor, you can see side by side, and this is probably a better picture. Along with this, we are announcing an end-of-life sale. End of life for the yoke, not for me, please. But thank you for your concern. So our normal price is $999, and our end-of-life price is going to be $699. Can you give it to me? Thank you, yeah? Cheaper. Yeah, it's okay to clap, it's okay. It's a free world. We're in America. Our CLS 120 and our first officer edition, normal price is $1,399, and the end-of-life price will be $1,099. Thank you. I love you too. The end-of-life sale is now available on our website, FlightSim.com. It is FlightSim, not the other one. Due to popular demand, because we always listen to our customers, even though we don't always agree with them, we've done a lot of work, engineering, to launch a 737 yoke. Not that it is remarkable, but what's remarkable is our attempts to make it affordable. Pre-launch starts now already. It's on our website to 15 July, and estimated shipping will be 15 August. It looks like this. Of course, quality all the way. Pricing, normal price $599. Pre-launch special, only $399. Yeah. Very proud to announce our new product targeted for the consumer market, the Cessna 172 panel. Specifications, all-round metal construction, inbuilt 3 LED panels, 5 knobs, realistic yoke shaft position. It fits all yokes, except the egg one. Requires Air Manager 5. Pre-launch available now to 15th of July. Estimated shipping also 15th of August. It looks like this. You can come to our booth to test drive it. And good news, it's not just for the FlightSim.com yoke. We've also made it compatible for the most popular yoke on Earth, the honeycomb. See, we are friends. We're not frenemies. How much? I'm sure you're asking. Normal price $1,099. Pre-launch $750. Friendly. Pre-orders available now on our website, FlightSim.com, FlightSim.com. And happy news, we are now planting our flag in the USA at Redondo Beach, California, with our first partner, PilotLoungeSim.com. So you can bring your kids there to learn how to fly airplanes in our simulator. You can learn more at PilotLoungeSim.com. Finally, we're going to be launching a global distributor program, and there are many advantages. Our product portfolio, margins, market positioning, multiple revenues, B2B growth. And of course, you can learn more on our website or contact us at flightsim.com/contact. And I have 10 seconds more to say thank you so much for all your support, and I look forward to seeing you at our booth at booth 318. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Sean from JetCard Virtual Systems. Please welcome to the stage Sean from JetCard Virtual Systems.
In a world where time is of the essence, where executives, lawyers, doctors, and sports teams are constantly on the move, city to city, country to country, never before in Flight Simulator has there been a platform so centric on moving the virtual world's elite. The time for business aviation in the sim is here. Elegant, unique, purposeful. Welcome to JetCard.
Hello, hello. Hope you guys don't mind a quick wardrobe change, and thank you for letting me have 5 minutes of your time up here. My name is Sean Doyle, and I am the founder of JetCard. JetCard is the first sole sort of business aviation flight sim add-on for both Microsoft Flight Simulator and X-Plane. We, right now, at this current moment, have a charter board of 15,000 different flights that users who are interested in business aviation can go online, use our application, book flights, and perform real-world simulated charter operations focused explicitly on business aviation. I can't see if you're out there, Blue, but I'll give you a quick shout-out. Blue put me on the map about a month ago when we released. And I checked just before we came up on stage. We're up to 2,500 members. So big thank you to some of our streaming partners, Blue, V1 Simulations, Mustafa, our MC. These guys have been flying the heck out of JetCard, so I'm grateful for that. The way we work. You pick a charter. Everything that you do in JetCard has a backstory. We generate a briefing. We generate a client. Thanks to our partners at Avia Pages, we have real FBO data working within the application. You get a full story, a full background, and a full briefing that's not just, why am I flying to Quebec today? But, or should I fly to Quebec today, but why I'm flying to Quebec today? Everything that works in JetCard, from the FBOs, the clients, all connected within our application. Every phone number in the J phone, which you'll see in a little bit, everything's interconnected to give you a narrative and a backstory into why you're flying. I want you to pay close attention to Miles and Rachel here on the sheet. On the screen, rather, from Signature Flight Services. They're going to show us a cool feature in a little bit. How do we use JetCard? It's kind of three options. You can freelance. It's sort of our sandbox version of flying. Deadhead to an airplane location, pick up a charter off the board, whisk away somebody to a ski trip in Aspen, fly a billionaire to meet their super yacht in Mallorca. Sort of the choice is yours. From there, we allow people to build operators online. This is a living ecosystem of, right now, 2,500 pilots and 350 companies competing for different charters on the board. Some players are owners. Some players are human pilots flying for human owners. Sort of the choice is yours. The beauty of this is you can start from just doing a handful of charters and work your way up to aircraft ownership, buying bases, hiring actual human pilots, and pulling together, and pulling together really unique and interesting communities within a VA structure. I only have 27 seconds, so I gotta be quick here. My absolute favorite feature, live event charters. So for the first time ever, when the Red Sox play the Yankees and they need to fly to the Bronx, that shows up on the board the morning before the game. Tonight, After my girlfriend disgustingly looks at me after a 999 challenge at Target Field on the way home, the twins fly, oops, I'm on the wrong slide. The twins fly to Texas to be able to play the Rangers next week. So, because I just hit the clock, I'll play one last slide for you. Coming this summer, a really cool feature. Remember Miles and Rachel? They've got some news for you.
All right, before takeoff checklists, anti-collision lights are on, seatbelt sign is on, transponder set, flight director set to nav. Oh, hello?
Hey, Captain. It's Rachel at Signature Fort Lauderdale. I just noticed you're taxiing out, but are you aware you left your client's catering here?
Yeah, damn it, I definitely forgot to call you about the catering, didn't I? Hello?
Hey man, are you kidding me? Niles just said you left the food at the FBO. He's super pissed.
You gotta see it to believe it. Beautiful. I'm really emotional. I forget that I'm at CES. Go out there and get one of these and try it for yourself, man. I'm telling you, this is good. I don't work for them. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's amazing. The reality of the graphics are amazing.
Please welcome to the stage Joe Grinnelli of Grinnelli Designs.
Good morning, St. Paul! Welcome to FlightSimExpo. My name is Joe Grinnelli, CEO of Grinnelli Designs, and I am incredibly proud to be here with you today. My name is Joe Grinnelli, and I am incredibly proud to be here with you today. Aren't we thrilled? Grinnelli Designs is a flight simulation studio specializing in DCS world, focused on building immersive, high-quality combat experiences that bring aviation history to life. The F-100 Super Sabre is our first official DCS world module. It represents years of research, development, testing, and passion from a team that truly loves flight simulation. The Super Sabre comes from an era of aviation where pilots were pushing into new territory, flying faster, lower, and closer to the edge than ever before. Our goal is to bring the Super Sabre to life in a way that captures the character of the aircraft, the spirit of the era, the challenges faced by the pilots that flew it. This year, we wanted to turn that experience into something people could actually step into. The Grinnelli Designs Combat Arena, a live mission environment where virtual pilots can jump right into the fight right here at FlightSimExpo. Throughout the weekend, the Combat Arena will feature 4 pilot stations, live missions, head-to-head dogfighting, and special effects that bring the action off the screen and onto the expo floor. The call is going out to all attendees. Visit the Grinnelli Designs booth, sign up for a sortie, and enter the fight. Thanks to our sponsors, Wind Control and Next Level Racing, you will be experiencing the battle with the industry's best equipment. I also want to thank my team and my family. This module would not have been possible without their support, dedication, and belief in what we are building. The F-100 Super Sabre has been an enormous journey for our entire team, and we cannot wait for everyone to finally get their hands on it. And with that said, I am extremely proud to announce that today, the DCS World F-100D Super Sabre by Grinnelli Designs is live right now. To mark the moment, I am honored to present the official F-100D Super Sabre release trailer. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage VA Systems.
I want to show you the device right now. Okay, look, you know when you're in an airport lounge, hours before your flight, and you're indulging in the free drink and food? My advice is this: don't have the bright idea after multiple glasses of wine to create a presentation for FSExpo Friday, because this is the result.
Hello. In my defense, I have no defense, but I didn't do the presentation in an airport lounge like last year. I did it on the plane instead. I'm Matthew. I'm the CEO at VA Systems and VA Hardware, and today I'm going to share a bit of our roadmap for the next year, what we've got lined up, and what we're working on. I'm going to kick things off with a panel. For those of you that aren't aware, it lives inside Microsoft Flight Simulator, kind of like an iPad or an EFB, but it's specific to our ecosystem with our products and solutions. We started off with our Missions app, and then last year we released the Activities app, and then more recently, our Checklist app. The panel is free, has always been free from our website. If you do purchase it from the marketplace, it is set to the lowest possible price. But to compensate for this, we offer a £5 discount code, or about $7, $8, if you link your panel to your account on our website. And that also takes place even if you get it for free from our website. So you either get your money back or you've got $7 in your pocket, so win-win. So far, we have 612 activity products. There's about 120 airlines and 120 airports that make up those. They refresh every winter and summer, so about every 6 months. We also have 1,000 mission products and now one lonely checklist product. And moving on to the checklist app itself, these are packaged per aircraft family, with our first being the Airbus A320 family checklist. It has state management, so if you are using the panel throughout your flight, open, closing, it will remember where you got to, the last item you've had, and you can continue where you left off. Again, it lives inside the simulator rather than using something outside, and it works on both PC and Xbox. Coming up in future, we're going to be adding a toggleable audio system. I quite like that word, toggleable. So if you want, you can get the checklist item callouts, and then you can respond to them yourself. We're also going to be adding abnormal checklists and flows very soon, and we're also working on a custom checklist feature, so if you want to build your own, you can do that using our dashboard software, and you can sync it down into the panel directly inside the sim. Moving on to the Explorer, which is our move to cloud-based applications. Our Explorer was originally designed to be a search tool with various filters and controls to make it easier to find flight schedules. And by integrating with SimBrief from Navigraph, you're able to very quickly dispatch your chosen flight to generate a route to then sync it with your aircraft. We've been listening to the feedback and learning a lot around how many of you like to find flights to fly and how you like to get inspired. And we've learned that there are many different ways in which you like to see these types of products in use. And so for this reason, we are overhauling the platform to provide many different ways to find the data you want. And a bit of an example here, so we're going to be having ways where you can search by route, by airlines, airports, aircraft, regions, and adding our own dispatcher solution, as well as itineraries and some live ops thrown into the mix as well. So part of this overhaul is the addition of profiles, whether that's the airline profile, an airport profile, etc. On each, you'll be given lots of options to find schedules. For example, browse by route, by fleet, hubs, as you can see here with Delta Airlines on the screen. We also have things like roll the dice for something random, so if you really have no idea what you want to do, just roll the dice, and it'll give you some ideas. Or get recommendations based on what other people are doing who may do things similar to you. We'll also be adding map views as well, so traditionally with our platform it's been a bit more sort of a table list of information, because we're going to be adding a more visual way to find routes for those of you that like that sort of way of finding information. But like before, we will have powerful filter tools. This is designed to make it as easy as possible to find exactly what you want, instead of using tools that aren't designed for the simmer. Moving on to VA hardware. 1 year ago, we announced our first hardware product, the Mini Flight Data Display. And today we are reintroducing it and bringing it up to date with where we've got to with it and what is coming next. We've had a lot of feedback. We had a lot of people come up to us in the booth last year talking about the things they'd love it to do, asking if it's going to do A, B, and C, and so we're taking all that on board. So there's a few things that are staying the same, which is the design itself. It's still USB-C powered, it has an LCD screen, several different colors, and it's Wi-Fi enabled. So if you want to take it around with you and have it hotspot off your phone, you can do so. So what's changing? We have 3 different tracking options. You can track simulator flights, live flights, or you can do a combination of the 2. After our announcement, many of you came to our booth asking if it would work with the sim. This was always our intention as a later phase, as we focused on the live flight functionality. But due to the amount of requests we had from all of you, we're going to make it available from day 1, and it will work on Xbox as well, courtesy of the VA Systems panel. The live flight tracking remains the same, but since our announcement, we have built a powerful timetable tool to make it easy to find the flights that you want to track on the device. Our dashboard software is complete and can show you it now on the screen. So it starts off with a pairing system, so when you do receive the device, it'll have a code on the screen. You can add that onto your account, and that device will be forever yours. We have lots of data points available to display as well, based on the phase of flight, instead of restricting you to the same information throughout. So you can see there, you can choose your phase, and you have the 8 slots available, so you can customize it to show exactly what you want it to show. And you can also customize the refresh rates of the flights as well. So when it's on ground, you can have it refreshing more often rather than it's in the air, for example. And when using the live flight mode, you can easily find a future dated flight that you want to automatically track as soon as it becomes alive. So come to our booth so we can show you this solution in action. And to all of our customers that have pre-ordered, thank you for your patience. and we can't wait to have this product in your hands very, very soon. Moving on to the finale, and probably the thing that you care most about, especially if you've seen us on the stage last year, the LEGO giveaway. This is our 3rd consecutive year of doing the LEGO giveaway. The first year we gave away the LEGO Concorde. We ended up giving 2 of them away. Wasn't intentional. I bought 2 by accident because I'm an idiot, so we gave away 2. Last year, we gave away the shuttle carrier aircraft, and the picture of it there from the winner who built it and sent it to us. Do we have any of our winners here previously? No? Okay, and this year, where is the picture? Oh, okay. The Pan Am DC-3. And we're doing 2 of them, intentionally this time. 2 Pan Am DC-3s. It's going to be 2 separate giveaways. You can enter both of them. There'll be one on the Saturday, one on the Sunday. All you've got to do is come to our booth on either or both of the days and scan the QR code to enter yourself into the draw. The giveaway will be at 4 p.m. on the Saturday and 2 p.m. on the Sunday. If you're not there when your name is called out, we will find someone else's name to call out until it eventually goes. So make sure you remember those times if you are going to enter. But thank you so much. I hope you have a fantastic show. Please come by our booth, have a look at our products, talk to us, and
VA Systems. It's in the data.
Yeah, thank you.
Introducing the Boco Bo 105 helicopter, developed by Stratoware, in partnership with Miltech Simulations, and sound design by Echo 19. The Bo 105, now available from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
Please welcome to the stage Zach Priest, Flight Sim community member and business development manager for MOZA.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to FSExpo 2026. Today, from MOZA, we're officially excited to showcase the next evolution of our flight ecosystem. Over the past year, we've continued expanding our vision of creating immersive, realistic, and accessible flight simulation hardware for pilots of every discipline. Whether you're flying commercial airliners, general aviation, or military platforms, our goal remains the same: helping sim pilots to build the cockpits of their dreams. Today, we're proud to showcase several upcoming additions that continue bringing that vision to life. I guess, there we go. So at MOZA, we understand every pilot's journey is different. Some fly airliners, some enjoy general aviation, others prefer military aviation. Rather than creating isolated products, we're building an ecosystem that grows with you. Every product you'll see today works together through MOZA Cockpit, providing a unified experience across multiple aircraft categories. Let's begin with our Airbus-style ecosystem. The MA3F electronic flight control module recreates the control pilots interact with during every phase of flight. From heading and altitude selection to EFIS management, every interaction has been engineered to provide an authentic Airbus experience. A major focus was accurately recreating the Airbus-style push-pull workflow through a custom dual-rail mechanism designed specifically for this platform. Combined with custom display technology and integrated software support, the MA3F delivers an immersive Airbus-style experience. Complementing the EFCM system are our new FlightControl computer displays. Available in both Airbus style and Boeing style configuration, these units bring realistic flight management functionality into home cockpits. We focus heavily on display quality, construction quality, and tactile feedback, including button firmness from the center to the edge. Every button press should feel deliberate, precise, and confidence-inspiring to pilots in their sim rigs. Before moving on, I'd like to highlight the most important innovation shared across our display ecosystem. Whether you're using the flight computer displays, the MGX 1000, or displays found within our upcoming FMP 18 ecosystem, they all share the same philosophy. Traditionally, cockpit builders quickly run into HDMI limitations, whether that be inputs or performance degradation. Additional displays require additional GPU outputs, splitters, adapters, and increasingly complicated cable management. We wanted to solve that problem. Our display ecosystem connects through USB and integrates directly with MOZA Cockpit, meaning it's just another 10 USB splitters. No more HDMI cables. The result is cleaner installations, reduced systems complexity, easier expansion, and significant future scalability. Moving into general aviation, we're excited to introduce the MGX 1000. Designed to provide a realistic glass cockpit experience, the MGX 1000 combines a true size display with integrated controls and seamless MOZA cockpit integration. Using DisplayLink technology and USB connectivity, pilots can continue expanding their cockpit without consuming valuable HDMI outputs or frame rate degradation due to an overload of HDMI cables. And our final product announcement for today is the FMP 18 panel bundle. Inspired by modern carrier aviation fighter aircraft, the FMP 18 combines realism, immersion, and modularity into a platform designed specifically for combat aviation enthusiasts who have a mission focus. Through magnetic mounting and integrated pogo pin connectivity, pilots can rapidly reconfigure their cockpit while maintaining a clean and professional setup. And combined with our USB display ecosystem and MOZA cockpit integration, the FMP 18 establishes a strong foundation for future expansion. And when viewed together, these products represent something much larger than individual launches for our company. They represent our commitment to building a complete ecosystem capable of supporting virtually every corner of flight simulation. And the wait's almost over. We're incredibly excited to bring these products to the flight simulation community, and we believe you'll be extremely pleased not only with their capabilities and features, but also the value they deliver with incredibly surprising price points, pleasurable surprise for the price points that will be announced with these products. And we're happy to announce that we're targeting a Q3 release date for all of these products. Thank you for supporting MOZA Flight. Feel free to try out all of these products at the National STOL workshop booth, or any of the partners you see here. You can try our previous ecosystem. I'm happy to answer any questions about our ecosystem, aviation, if anybody has any. We have a couple extra minutes here. I'm sorry? Will it support multiple panels? So we are building the opportunity for future scalability to have multiple panels. Any other questions? I'm sorry? Okay. Sure. So it has the VESA mounting option on the back, and then it has it has additional screw holes in the back as well. So it should fit onto next level racing cockpits or existing mounting solutions, or even universal VESA mounts. No problem. Any other questions? I don't really have any information to share on that right now regarding a Garmin touch controller, but I'm happy to seek that information. If you want to stop by the National STOL booth and grab a business card, I'd be happy to follow up with you later on. Anything else? Yes. I'm sorry? That is a good question. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with ProSim in that integration for our hardware, but I'd be happy to get the answer for you. So, while we have not officially announced a left-handed flight stick for our Airbus ecosystem, we did have a prototype usable and on display at FS Weekend. So I just want everybody to know that we have heard you. We are making the strides there on that, and we do have a prototype that is usable and was on display and used at FS Weekend. Okay, so I was asked about the left-handed Airbus stick, and like I said, we did have a prototype available at FS Weekend, although there's no official announcement regarding cost or release date for that left-handed stick. So obviously you did see the Boeing style FCD up there. Right now I don't have any additional information to share regarding Boeing ecosystem expansion, but stay tuned because we definitely have a lot of exciting news on all fronts coming out over the next several years and throughout the end of this year as well. Any other questions? Way back there. You're gonna have to yell. I grew up around airplanes. So we do have the MFY Pro yoke. So he asked regarding interchangeable yokes for our AY210 yoke system. So we do have the MFY Pro yoke, which is available to test at the National Stoll Workshop booth. So that's the first iteration of what we're putting into interchangeable yokes. That one has a screen on it where you can simulate essentially what many of you would understand as dual G5s on the screen. You can adjust profiles via the screen. You can display checklists on the screen. So if that's an indication of where our priorities are, I hope that answers your question there. Again, I can't answer any questions about future roadmap right now in terms of Boeing-style products, but we are looking to expand our ecosystem quite dramatically over the next couple years. Are there any other questions I can answer? Yes, sir?
So being that wind control pretty much has that stuff up there, what's going to be the difference between y'all's in quality and pricing?
Good question. So he's asking regarding the competition on the market right now. I could tell you that one big thing we focus on is user experience. So we want these products to be plugged into the computer and usable. I have 15 seconds left, so I'll try to answer this as fast as possible. We want these products to be able to be plugged in and used without much user interface between the time they're plugged in and the time that you get to actually hop in the cockpit. So I think that'll be the biggest thing we focus on. All right, I'm out of time, everybody. Thanks for having me, and have a great FS Expo.
All right, an impromptu Q&A that we hadn't planned for. So just a reminder to all the other developers that we don't want to do that too often because we're live streaming this and we can't pick up the audience. So anyway, we are about to go and take another break. You may have noticed I haven't had to pull anybody off the stage yet. We're actually ahead of schedule. So kudos to all the developers, but that's good for you guys because it means we're not going to stay here so super late. But we're going to take a 15-minute break right now, so you have a chance to, again, stretch your legs, go to the restroom, get some water, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. from SoFly.
Hello everyone, welcome to FlightSimExpo 2026. My name is Callum from SoFly, and it is a real privilege and honor to be on stage for FSExpo Friday for the third time in a row. So today it is really exciting because, as you just heard, the show floor is going to be open for the first time ever on a Friday. So please do stop by booth 414 to check out the SoFly physical collection, which includes our Captain's USB bundles, which offer amazing savings, our Aircraft Checklist Pro booklet, and also our game cases where some of our premium software is included as free gifts, including our recently released Aerotone. Now, speaking of Aerotone, we released this earlier this year, and we had some incredible feedback from the entire community. So for my first announcement today, I am pleased to say we have a brand new update coming very soon. Please check out this trailer.
We're excited to share more news about a new update coming to Aerotone later this year. Your feedback has been valuable in learning about all the new features you want to see. We heard you loud and clear that you want 3D spatial awareness between sound effects for in the cabin and those found in the cockpit. Expect to hear a massive audio overhaul of how sounds work in the simulator to be truly aware of your environment. Aircraft audio effects will also be part of the update, such as dynamic rain hitting the cockpit, which will vary depending on the weather conditions. We are also adding some crew, such as ground staff and cabin crew banter, as additional background chatter.
I've got your fuel slip here. Have a good flight.
You should see what the cabin looks like. Some of those passengers are feral. I guess they don't call it the Disney Express for no reason.
I need to hide here. The girl in the galley just got so mad at me for not putting the bread oven on. She's raging.
Each audio effect can soon be customized to provide you with even more refined controls. Adjust volume and even frequency of sound effects. This is just a taste of what's to come in the next major update for Aerotone. Thanks for watching.
So thank you very much. So that is a free update coming to Aerotone for consoles and PC users, and it is going to be coming later this summer. Now for my next announcement, I want to take your minds back a couple of years ago. I was on stage here at FSExpo and I rather prematurely announced the product. If you can remember, that product was Cabin Announcement Pro. So I am really pleased to say I have some amazing new details about that product which will be coming later this year, and that is a promise. I have another video to show you Cabin Announcement Pro in progress.
Welcome on board our flight. As you board, please step in from the aisles, placing larger bags into the overhead bins and smaller ones under the seat in front of you. A reminder that smoking is not permitted at any point.
Cabin crew, please prepare doors for departure and cross-check.
As we leave the gate, fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. Smoking, vaping, the use of e-cigarettes, or any smokeless product, including chewing tobacco, is not allowed on any Delta flight. Before takeoff, bring your seat to its upright position and stow your
Cabin crew, please take your seats for takeoff.
We will shortly be passing through the cabin with our in-flight service, offering a range of drinks and snacks. We have encountered some rough air, and the captain has found it necessary to turn on the fasten seatbelt sign.
This is your captain speaking. We're just a few miles away from beginning our descent. On behalf of myself and the whole crew, thank you for choosing to fly with us.
As we are flying in the hours of darkness, we will be turning off the cabin lights.
Please remain seated whilst the aircraft is still in motion and until the fasten seatbelt sign has been turned off.
doors to arrival, and cross-check.
When you leave us today, please check for any personal belongings in the seat pocket, overhead locker.
We have a very special passenger here today. A huge happy birthday to Julie, seated in 23 Alpha. From all of your crew, congratulations, and we hope you have an amazing day.
So that is Cabin Announcement Pro. So I just want to take you through some of the things you saw in the trailer today. So manual mode, do what you like, the announcements are yours, play them at your whimsy. Then we also have automatic mode as well. Automatic mode will dynamically take your SimBrief flight plan and assign an airline based on that, as well as an accent. That accent will then also be chosen to then give dynamic announcements throughout the flight, including watching out for turbulence, time of day, weather, and so forth. We also have a powerful in-sim panel as well, and it also enables you to do ad hoc announcements from celebrations, such as the happy birthday one, and also go-around announcements as well. It will be global ready, regionalized accents depending on your airline, and there will be a multiple variation of accents for both cabin crew and for the pilots as well. And it will be ready for your favorite airline in both Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and 2024 for both PC and our console users as well. Just a few more things. We have power to use, so there's going to be plenty of options within the toolbar itself. Play and stop announcements at any time, and also customize options too. We will have more information on all of the airlines that we'll be including, as well as what you can do to customize your experience further down the line. We'll have more information in the next coming few weeks, and as for pricing, we are committing to that no subscription promise that we promised all those years ago, because we want to make sure that this is accessible to as many people as possible as a one-time purchase. And then finally, as for that, thank you. As for that release, I don't have a firm commitment just yet, but I am promising that it will come this year for both PC and our console users as well. So that's everything I have to say about Cabin Announcement Pro today. However, before I go, I just want to say thank you so much for attending FlightSimExpo 2026. A huge thank you to all the developers who appeared before me. The future of flight simulation is looking incredibly strong. I also want to just say thank you to the organizers as well for, again, putting on an incredible event, as well as making sure that I can come up on stage to talk to everybody as well. Before I leave you, I have just one final thing to share with you. But for now, enjoy the rest of FlightSimExpo 2026.
Hi, flight simmers here and around the world. Over the past couple of years, we've connected with many of you here at FS Expo, and Beam's improvements have come directly from your feedback. If you're new to the Beam Eye Tracker, it's an app that lets you look around your cockpit naturally using just your webcam for both eye and head tracking. This year, we've made Beam easier to use by introducing direct game camera control, which allows Beam to connect directly with supported games. We've also added more default and community profiles for a fast-tracked fine-tuning experience. Advanced controls now include improved stability on small eye and head movements, for example when adjusting cockpit controls, and hotkeys to quickly pause and resume tracking. We're excited to announce that Linux is now in private beta, with both Linux and macOS support on the way, something our X-Plane pilots have been asking for. Beam is designed for regular RGB webcams, and our community has had success with a wide variety of cameras, including infrared and high FPS setups at affordable prices. And finally, we've saved our biggest announcement for last. We're thrilled to share that the Beam eye tracker is coming natively to Microsoft Flight Simulator in Sim Update 6 with official UI support. If you're at FSExpo, come try Beam at the National Stoll and MOZA booth, including live demos with webcams running at 100 FPS. If you're watching from home, try Beam risk-free right now at beamitracker.com. Thanks for all your feedback and support, and enjoy FSExpo.
Please welcome to the stage Nikki from Meridian.
Oh, you actually, a second away from you. Go. Hello, everyone. I think before we start, we should give Callum an extra round of applause because what he does for this community is absolutely amazing. So let's do it. All right. But we better get started because I don't want to run over again like last year. All right, so hello, FSExpo. It's honestly an amazing honor to be in a room with over 2,000 dedicated flight simmers. Because nowhere else on Earth can somebody spend $4,000 building a home cockpit and still say, yeah, but I'm trying to keep this hobby affordable. And honestly, that's why I love this community. Your pilots, your tinkers, your builders, your cockpit nerds, your home sim engineers, armchair captains, VFR weekend warriors, combat sim fanatics, and people who spend more time configuring control profiles than most people spend on learning a second language. And that matters, because flight simulation hardware is not just plastic on a desk. When it's done right, it becomes part of the aircraft. It disappears into the experience. It lets you stop thinking about hardware and start thinking like a pilot. And that's always been the goal. I've been part of this community for a long time. I helped build products that many of you have used, loved, modified, repaired, probably cursed at, but hopefully also enjoyed. Meridian is about taking everything that I've learned through the years, everything this community has asked for, everything that was missing, and building the next generation in flight sim hardware, from the ground up and beyond. Today we're going to show you three things. First, where Meridian's going with yokes and throttles. Two, where we are going, let me try that again, how we're going to make serious flight sim hardware more accessible across both PC, Xbox, and other consoles. And third, why collaboration with the community, with developers, with partners, and the wider industry is the only way we can move this category forward. So with that said, welcome on board. Let's start with the Horizon Plus and the Latitude Plus. When we started designing these products, the question was not, how can we make another yoke or another throttle? The question was, what would this category look like if we stopped accepting the limitation that everybody's gotten used to? Because for years, flight sim hardware have asked simmers to compromise. You want realism? Then it gets expensive. You want affordability? Then you're going to give up precision. You want aircraft-specific controls? Then you need multiple devices. We wanted to break that pattern. With the Horizon Latitude Plus, the goal was simple: create a flight control system that feels serious, that looks beautiful, that adapts to different aircraft and still stays within the reach of the wider community. The system was built around three ideas: precision where it matters, modularity that creates value, and immersion that you can actually feel. And instead of me standing here trying to explain every detail, I'd rather show you. Or not? Hey there. So instead of doing some fancy video with renderings and stuff, which you see so many of, I'd rather show you what's here for you tomorrow and tonight, I guess, for you to try out. So Horizon and Latitude Plus, this is the GA configuration. It's beautiful, trust me. So multi-engine currently. So master, avionics, light switches, your quick release yoke, which you're gonna hear much more about why it is and what you can do with that later. dual vibration, both linear and vibration haptics, 2 ignition switches with spring loading, and then this beautiful avionics panel. So thanks, Sebastian, for setting it up. You'll find out later in the presentation who that is. And then you have your audio panel, your comm panel, and your autopilot, plus all your engine gauges and warning light panel. The gear lever is a 2-position gear lever with lock, and then parking brake, trim wheel, and your dual throttles for multi-engine aircraft. There it is. Come down, try it, but let's take a look at the next one. Over here we have the Boeing setup. So instead of master and avionics switches, you have the main panel and lower DU switches. The light switches have been switched over to show commercial airliners. And then on the left side, instead of ignition switches, you have a full hybrid EFIS panel. Then if you go over to the throttle unit, beautiful, isn't it? Then we have a complete Boeing MCP, but it's a hybrid, so it works both for the 737, the 74, the 75, the 76, 777, and the 787. So it's basically, we tweaked it a bit so you can use it for any. The annunciator panel is fully automatically customizable. So whether it's the overhead panel or the main panel or the pedestal, any warning light that comes on will appear in this display for you. Then the throttles, full flat lever, detents, exactly like the real one. That can be exchanged between different Boeing aircraft. And then speed brake, same thing, you can arm it. And then throttle levers with full axis thrust reversers. So I can't wait to see you down here. I bet you have a lot more questions, and I'll be right here to answer them all for you. So see you soon. So we shot that like 5 minutes ago, basically just setting it up. So that's the foundation of the Meridian ecosystem. It's not a single product, it's not a one-off launch, it's a platform. So the question now is obviously, when can you get it? Well, for Meridian, the pre-orders need to mean something very specific. It's a real product, it's a real production plan, and it's a real path to delivery. We're really excited to announce that the Horizon Plus is scheduled to begin shipping on October 28th, which is my birthday, by the way. And then the Latitude Plus on December 28th. Sorry. Now, you can sign up for a limited pre-order. We have these all around the show with the QR code. And we're doing very limited pre-orders because we want to make sure that we can keep up with customer service and a high quality of interaction with you guys, make sure that everyone's... So that's starting actually right this moment. We're going to have a pre-order for the yoke. And we are going to be a pre-order bundle for the yoke and throttle combined, where you get both GA, Boeing, and Airbus combined at the price of the standalone unit. We're not going to take your money up front, but we are going to ask a $100 deposit to show that you're serious about it. And that's refundable, by the way. So that's it about the... Come down, try it out. It's really awesome, I promise you. So the next thing we're going to talk about is a new partnership. No? Did I do something? Hang on. I know. Shit. Let's try. Oh. So I'm really excited to tell you about a new partnership that we have with PowerA. What excites me about working with Power is their understanding of gaming accessory market and the ability to bring flight sim hardware to a broader audience worldwide. Meridian brings the deep simulation experience and enthusiast-driven product design. PowerA brings gaming expertise, global retail reach, consumer accessibility, and decades of experience delivering high-quality gaming accessories to players around the world. Together, we believe that we can help more players experience authentic flight controls in a way that feels approachable, familiar, and exciting. And that leads directly to the DirectX flight deck, the wireless flight deck that you just saw. The Project X-Ray was designed to simplify the setup experience into more familiar form factors and still deliver immersion and control that makes flight simulation special. It's a versatile flight system that delivers both aircraft, helicopter experiences, and featuring quick-shop models and flaps, throttles, faceplates that makes it a handheld full flight deck. The first controllers for you to test out are available at the booth, so I hope you come down and give it a good try. It's a really cool new way of flying when, you're a couch potato and just want to casually fly with your friends. So that's what the Meridian and PowerA relationship is about, building hardware that respects the passion of the community while helping more people experience the depth, immersion, and excitement that makes flight simulation so special. We really, sorry, something just came up on the screen. We really appreciate our partnership at Microsoft and the Project X-Ray is still in active development at Xbox and Microsoft, but it's going to be available fairly soon. I just can't give you the exact date right now. So that brings us to rudder pedals. Now, rudder pedals is a funny thing because they sound simple until you actually try to design them properly. 2 pedals, left and right, toe brakes, how hard can it be? But then you realize everybody wants something different. And somebody in the back always asks, can I use them barefoot? No. But rudder pedals matter because they're the one thing that really makes you feel connected to the aircraft. They control the part of flying that separates smooth pilots from people who look like they're escaping a crime scene. Rudder pedals are about feeling the connection with the aircraft, and no set of rudder pedals have achieved that so far, and at least not in my experience. And so I've designed a pair of rudder pedals with a cable and pulley system that's quiet, that's more compact, and where you really feel that you're connected to the aircraft, that you're connected to the actual rudder and not just some spring-loaded stuff. So it's going to be 25% smaller than what I previously designed. It's going to be 50% quieter, and it's going to feature our new Quantum Leap 16-bit TMR sensor, tunnel magnetoresistance sensors, that is literally the next generation. It's far beyond what Hall effect sensors can provide in precision. And so this is the Longitude Plus. I hope. There we go. So this is not completely the final design, but I just want to give you a feel of it. But significantly more compact than what I've done in the past, and it's going to look pretty cool. So Latitude Plus coming in 2027. So the last thing I want to talk about is community and collaboration. Oh, shoot. I have to go back one, sorry. So flight simulation has always been its best when people build things together. That's why collaborations matter a lot to me. Not closed ecosystem, not walls, real partnership. With developers, with hardware companies, with software companies, with creators, and with the community itself. I want to share to you what collaboration means to me and what it means to other companies in this industry. One more.
Hi there, Edson with Parallel 42. It's a family affair here at FlightSimExpo 2026. I've got my dog, I've got my dad. I didn't quite mention that in order of importance, I promise. This is my dad and this is my dog. We're excited about family. We're excited about the community. The community is a family. Hardware developers, software developers, utility developers, any developer. We should all work together to make this a better hobby for everyone. And we're excited to be a part of that at Parallel 42.
Well, I got to thank for this venue, to be so kindful and be so grateful to see my son, a person that's really grown up to be what he is today.
Hi guys, Sebastian here from MobiFlight. Unfortunately, I could not make it to FSExpo this year, but I'm very excited to share this message now with you via video. MobiFlight is partnering with Meridian, and we've known Nicky for a long time, and we truly appreciate his passion for flight simming in general, and especially also the community that is involved. And those values are also driving us as MobiFlight. So we believe we're a perfect fit as a software development partner, and we're very much looking forward to collaborating with Nicky's team on all the cool new stuff that's going to come up. And we obviously wish everyone who is on site a wonderful 3 days of FSExpo weekend. And we are also looking forward to meeting all of you next year, then hopefully in person again.
We're from Winflex, and we are the home cockpit hardware simulator developers, and we're happy to work with Meridian and integrate our devices into the Meridian ecosystem to make the customers more convenient to use devices for different platforms.
Hey everybody, John from State Level Avionics. Hope you're doing well. Hey, reporting in live from a sunny Chicago. We are going to be flying the Skyhawk up to FlightSimExpo today in St. Paul. Should be a really nice flight. Looking forward to bringing support and expanding our State Level portfolio of panels to include the all-new Horizon Plus and Latitude Plus from Meridian GMT. So really excited about this partnership with Nicky and the whole crew there. We're going to be walking the floor Friday afternoon and the evening, so feel free to stop by, stop me if you got any great panel ideas. Would love to talk more about them with you. And yeah, hope you guys have a great show. We'll see you out there. Stay level.
Hey, I'm Thomas. I'm with Tobii Gaming, and I'm excited to be partnering with both hardware and software vendors to make sure that we have a uniform voice to talk to the platform holders and make sure that all of the issues that might prevent the next generation of add-ons, hardware, peripherals to really shine and flourish. So excited to be part of this collaboration of different companies and take the different simulators to the next level.
So Meridian is not just about making one brand. It's about bringing a lot together and doing something where you can easily integrate different. You don't have to build special stuff, and that everything just works, collaborates with each other. And we, both on the software and the hardware side, work hard to make it just a seamless experience for you, and you get, as one system. And so that's really important to me. Now, sorry. So last I wanted to say is, when I first got into flight simulation, I never would have imagined that I would stand on a stage like this in front of you. Like many of you, I started with whatever hardware I could afford. I learned by experimenting, by crashing, by getting frustrated, and by upgrading one piece at a time. Because flight simulation is not just software, it's imagination, it's curiosity, it's the dream of flight made accessible to ordinary people. And one of the things that's impressed me most throughout my career is in this industry is the passion and generosity and commitment to the people who make this hobby real. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to meet simmers, pilots, creators, developers, and enthusiasts from all over the world. And what stands out to me, how deeply all of you care about this hobby and industry. It's not just about the products they use, but about how helping this hobby continues to grow and improve. And the support and feedback and the enthusiasm that we've received from the community is just incredible. I'm eternally grateful. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you for supporting the future of simulation, and thank you for giving Meridian the opportunity to help contribute with that future. We are incredibly excited for what comes next. This is only the beginning, so welcome aboard. See you down there, right? Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Jorg, Marciel, and Seb from Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Hi everyone. Still trying to figure out how to follow up that huge chihuahua from Edson. So mean. I don't know. Anyways, it's great to see you all. It is most excellent to be back at the FlightSimExpo. This is our third time. The first time we went in Houston, and I wanted to show you something. We wore black, and it was hot as hell and sweaty. And then we went to Vegas, and we're clued in, and we got white. And if you were in Vegas, you know it was cold in that exhibit hall, so we were freezing our butts off. So I have a quick question for you. We're wearing blue today. Any clue why? Now, I didn't hear it. So I give you a clue. It was, I asked Evan, and it's local. Anybody?
Mississippi, World Cup.
I knew it, Evan. I knew it. So it's the St. Paul Saints, a minor baseball team. Don't ask me why, but that's what we did. All right. So before we start, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for being part of this awesome hobby. Thank you for engaging on our platforms. Thank you for giving us feedback. I think you know this. Those people who are playing the flighting builds are incredibly important to us. I just saw the numbers this morning. Sim Update 5.1 is the most stable we've ever been since 2020, since we launched. So it's due to you guys. So thank you so much for the feedback. Also want to say thank you for being so friendly. You know, sometimes they say, there's grumpy simmers and stuff. I don't think that's true. Like, I got hundreds of emails from people on PlayStation saying how nice y'all were. And that really adds to the hobby. I put the little stat down there. This is the second highest MAU, in case you don't know what that is, monthly active users. So there's a number of people that play Flight Sim since we launched. And the only time we had more was when we launched Top Gun. So it's quite something. The hobby is growing, which is good for all of us. All right, so I don't know how many of you watched the Xbox keynote, but we were just in the keynote last weekend. We introduced World Update 22, national parks in the United States and national monuments, and also something else, which I'll talk about in a little bit. I got a lot of emails, and basically I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about what is this, why are we excited. I'm personally excited. Personal story, I made a decision to move to America, sitting on Enchanted Rock in Texas, which is a national monument. And for me, this holds a special place. I think this is a beautiful country, and it should be celebrated. And this is why we did this World Update, just right in time for the 250th anniversary. So we made this little keynote thing. And so what is it? So obviously you saw a trailer. It was not very long, 90 seconds in total, right? So the first 60 seconds showed you some countryside. But it's countryside 10, taken by Condor. And we did 31 national parks and national monuments. The resolution is 15 to 30 centimeters, which is awesome. And when you think about what you've experienced so far, it's mostly what you saw in the Grand Canyon, just in a lot of places. In fact, we have 413,000 square kilometers, which is the size of Sweden. that are coming with this update in that resolution, which is great. It's possible because of this. We have this partner, largest company in the world that does these types of things. These cameras are ludicrously expensive, but they give us this data. And I just wanted to show you a couple of those things as they come in. And I can't wait for you to see it because it just looks so awesome. The other thing that's really cool about this world update is the first time that we have the water masks from Bing integrated. And that means that the water edges are now essentially pixel perfect, which I think is a big deal for this. Like, for example, this canyon here in Utah. But it's also a big deal for going forward because the water is going to be much better. The second thing, this is a world update. So in the trailer, we only had that much time, right? So Gaia made 46 POIs because we didn't want to just have the tin. We also wanted locations. So we did a lot of visitor centers here, Joshua Tree. I'm just going to go through this real quick. If you went to any of these places, you know how accurate this is. Here's Canyonlands, Petrified Forest. If you were at the GPE event, you know this. This is the South Rim Center. And then Asobo actually just coded something new, which is you can blend together materials between terrain and objects. That helps us with things like this. So some of the arches don't reconstruct well, so we handcrafted them, or rather Gaia did. And then you get some really cool shapes. And here's tunnel view, et cetera, et cetera. So. Then there's also an airport. There's only one in a national park. It's Jackson Hole, and Gaia did this one. It looks great. I don't know how much you're looking at Gaia's airports, but I think they're getting better and better as we go. I'm super proud of what we're doing here. And then there's something new. We have something that's called guided tours. We actually wanted to do this for launch, and we didn't get there. It's basically tours that are commented, because these national parks really deserve to be commented. So there's 3 of them, Grand Canyon, Grand Teton, and Bryce Canyon. And then the last thing, and some people noticed this right away, we also celebrated last year, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of Goodyear. And I talked to Goodyear a little bit about it. I was like, hey, 250 years United States, how about it? And they were super excited. So they collaborated with us, and iniBuilds made this Goodyear blimp, and it's really, really cool. And it's, of course, all free, as always, right? So, and then the Xbox keynote also showed the National Championship Air Racing, which is super good. We're working with the organization that runs this show. As you might know, they moved from Reno to Roswell 2 years ago. This is actually the old picture we used from Reno because it's still in there. So a lot of people ask me, what is it? What are we actually doing? So quick story, we launched the Reno Air Races in November 2021. In 2 different versions. One was sort of a smaller add-on called Expansion Pack with 4 aircraft, and then there was a collection with another 40, basically variances. I had some regrets, quite frankly, because I thought we should have put the Reno Air Races themselves into the base sim. Making that behind a paywall, I think, was a bad idea. So I tried to fix this by putting the 4 aircraft into the base sim of 2024 when we launched. But there were no air races. So now this fall, we are launching the National Championship Air Races in 2024. And here's what's coming back. So the Reno location, the whole atmosphere of the festival, the music, all that stuff, the 4 classes, the aircraft selection 3D, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's a bunch of new things. So there is the base Reno experience is now free. Roswell, the new location, is being modeled right now. There's a 5th class, which is a stall drag race, really fun. It's much more authentic. If you played Reno at all, you could literally just push the stick forward and go full throttle and nothing ever bad happened to you, which is not how the real world race works at all. So there is now engine stress management, flight model was redone, wear and tear for engines, and then there was a light art upgrade. And we have improved the multiplayer. There's now scheduled races, public races, and private lobbies. All right, so that is all coming out here. You can see a little bit where the team is at right now with the scenery layout, and it's coming together great, and we're intending to launch this in the fall. And that gets us to the roadmap. Sometimes if you watch our dev Q&As, you see these things. So we're sort of halfway through the year now. It's June, and we promised 2 things in June. City Update 15, and a base sim aircraft, and also the Piper M60. So let's look at City Update 15. Anybody guess what we have? Yes, and? Illinois, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, which doesn't roll from the tongue, but a lot of people said, hey, Chicago, guys, you know, so we have a much, much bigger Chicago. We have a bunch of other cities, so I think you'll be delighted by this. That is launching, oh, I have a trailer. Let's do that. Trailer 1. All right, so this is launching as we sit here. Okay, and the second thing we said was Expert Series 2. And we showed that at DEF Q&A, and I'm so happy to work with Raul Morales from FS Reborn, and he's here to talk about it. There he is. Hello.
How are we doing, Minneapolis? Give me a cheer. Yay! I am super excited to be here with the team and have the opportunity to showcase the Piper M600 as an expert series. I wanted to bring to the entire Microsoft Flight Simulator community something different. And we spoke to Jörg about this over a year, and we've been working together to bring something that start bringing actually that concept of what is an expert series. So this aircraft is capable to fly very long journeys on low cruise settings, but you can actually go pretty fast at 274 knots. It's capable of having 6 seats and an altitude of 30,000 feet. Let's have a look a little bit inside. So the aircraft will come with a full suite of G3000 suite. And we developed, for the first time on the G3000, reversionary mode. So as you can see in there, on the first picture, we can see when you turn on the aircraft, all the display of the engine will be ready for you just as the real aircraft does. We have modeled over 100 circuits simulated for your own enjoyment, so you can have fun destroying it or flying it correctly. And I do encourage you to fly it correctly. With the help of working title, we have developed auto throttle and all the avionics that you see on the pictures. But we went further. We wanted to give you guys a taste of what happens if I don't fly this right. And we put custom engine simulation, custom fuel temperature simulation, pressurization, all that, and you will thinking, well, it's all this very nerdy. What does that mean? If you fly this aircraft too high and it's very cold, your fuel lines will freeze and have fun. But there is much more. This is an aircraft with consequences that you can see there on the picture. So what will occur is that if you feel brave enough, yeah, I can fly expert series because I am a real pilot. And you enable all those settings and say, yeah, go for it. You better follow the checklist. Otherwise, you're going to be buying a new PTCG engine very shortly. As you can see on this picture, what is happening is the pilot forgot to put the ignition switch. I put all the fuel on and say, oh, my engine isn't starting. Oh yeah, here is the switch. I went up. But what's going on is the fuel have accumulated on the engine, and the combustion chamber just receive all the fuel at once, and you get very fancy fires. And it will be very fun to watch, but not very fun to pay for the cost, as you would imagine, as it's a new engine. You will have as well hot starts and hydraulic issues with the aircraft. This is all optional. You can not enable those options and fly the aircraft just as you please. But the whole objective of bringing you expert series is actually you can try to be an expert, right? Is not what we want? Yes. Okay. But there is more. Autoland works. So this is simulated exactly the real aircraft as Piper has done for the safety of the pilots. You're having a problem on the air, your pilot is incapacitated, you press a button, it will calculate the route and take you directly to the closest airport possible and land the aircraft on your behalf. Includes even handling your landing gear, flaps, everything. It's incredible to watch. And this is, I'm very proud to say, thank you to the amazing team, is available today, is releasing now, as I'm speaking, as I've been told. You can, when we finish and the expo open, you can go downstairs to the booth of Microsoft. I will be there and will be more than happy to showcase you the product so you can see how we can break it together, or if you wish, fly it together. Now I would like to introduce you the official trailer for the video of this amazing aircraft.
Raul nearly killed himself trying to get this done for the show today. Thank you, Raul. I'm super happy that we're doing expert series with the best people. Raul is definitely one of those. All right, so now we're talking a little bit about the future. Sim Update 6, and I think first it's going to be Seb.
Hi, so we're bringing a few improvements to the flight model and simulation in Sim Update 6. The first one is in the visualization, which we already had before. You can now visualize airflow when it goes down. So this is happening in quite a few cases, for example in the mountains. It's called föhn in some cases, when the air goes down, or downdrafts in heavy weather, or also wind shear. I have a video which shows, for example, in the mountains, in action. So this is an option you can turn on and off, and you can see the wind airflow. For example, on the side which has had more sun, the air is going up. On the other side is going down, depending on where the wind is coming from as well. On the next slide, here we have we have 4 new assistances to debug helicopters, to help helicopter creators make really great helicopters. So one is to help improve tuning the assistance of the helicopter. So this allows to assist to tune the pitch, bank, and the rudder assistance. So here I'm switching it on. So you can see there's a PID for the pitch, for the bank, for the rudder, for the collective. So these assistances can be enabled in the assistance menu, and they need to be tuned per helicopter so that they work perfectly. And here you can see how the PID is accumulating and reacting in these graphics. So if, for example, the rudder assistance is moving as I'm turning. And so this debug really helps it making the assistance work. Yeah, when you fly, you can see the assistances are less and less effective, and with the speed, and the graphics really help understand how this works and fine-tune the assistance. And then another one we have developed is, so it was always a little bit tricky because you didn't have any visual feedback to tune the rotor blades. Basically, there's a whole bunch of parameters to try to define the shape of the rotor blade. And here there is a new assistance now which allows to see the polars, lift and drag polars of the rotor, and reflects in real time all the parameters you can change on the rotor. And I'll show it in action. There's a yellow line which shows one of the rotors which is spinning. So obviously it's spinning pretty fast, so you can say it's vibrating. But when you fly, when you move the cyclic, you can see where actually the rotor is moving on the AOA horizontally. And this really helps to understand, for example, if you are stalling the rotor, or if you have too much drag, or if there's not enough lift. It really helps to fine-tune the rotor of the helicopter and get it just right in terms of all the settings of the rotor. So this affects, the rotor is really the most important on a helicopter. It affects pretty much everything in the flight model. So this is going to help you create much better helicopter physics. So the next option, the vertex ring state. It's classical. You can find this in some helicopter manuals. There's a classic graphic which shows where the ring state happens when you fly. So horizontally you have the airspeed, and vertically you have the vertical speed. And it's basically this you have to record. Basically you fly it, and so there's an assistance which basically locks the helicopter in place. So I sped it up. Once you get used, it's quite quick to actually go over all the different speeds. And you can see where the ring state is happening, and then when you tune it, you can see it moving. Another debug we added is the phase lag. So phase lag is also very important to tune. The phase lag is the difference between the place where the rotor is having the maximum incidence, so the maximum lift, and then and the moment where it has the maximum displacement, because the rotor is not rigid, it's quite flexible. Sometimes it has a hinge, and so the phase lag is this difference in angle. And now we have a visualization which shows you, so the exterior circle here is the lift, the incidence, and so the purple, the red is where there's the maximum, and blue is the minimum, and the inner circle shows where the displacement is maximum, so that's where it's actually moving the helicopter. And so there's a green line which shows the maximum, the orange line, and the difference. And on this one, obviously it's tuned to be about 90 degrees, so it's 89. So let's see it in action when you move. So this shows, so it's again same in the menu. So this shows the effect of the cyclic when I'm going left or right. You can see how it affects the rotor incidence, the lift, and the phase lag, how it's moving. So the goal when we tune this is to make it constant. Obviously, it's much easier to move and to control the helicopter. Stay at around 90 degrees, and you can see when I fly a little bit faster, the lift is going to get higher on the opposite side, because that's the dissymmetry of lift of the rotor, and obviously it affects also the phase lag, which is not staying at 90 when I go faster, and so that depending on the way we tune the helicopter rotors, this affects the phase lag at different speeds. Another important, very important addition is, so we wanted to make it easier for users to understand when they're getting into turbulence and how strong these are. And so in the turbulence, where you can visualize all the turbulence in the world, all 3 different types of turbulence, you have now a display of the intensity and what is actually causing it. And we're showing the strength of the turbulence from none to light, severe, extreme, moderate, etc. Then there's a little display which shows what is the main distribution of causes. It could be terrain, like in the earlier videos of the mountains. It can be coming from a TCU, for example, wake turbulence from another aircraft, thermals. And then we have we actually compute the EDR on all the 3 axes, so that you can see if it's more going to be on roll, pitch, and I'm going to show a little video in action. So first with the turbulence on, so I try to fly, so at the beginning there's no turbulence, I fly right into the TCU here, and we can see the turbulence moving up into moderate, and at some point it's going to be severe. It's affecting the different axes of the helicopter, this is a 208 of the aircraft. And here it's getting more and more uncontrollable. At some point it's going to be so severe, I'm really moving the yoke at maximum. For example, here I'm overspeeding even though I'm pulling as hard as I can. And there's a lot of pitch down at this moment, a lot of yaw turbulence. And here I'm flying back out of the TCU, and the turbulence is going back down to moderate light. So this, we hope, is also going to help people. We have a lot of feedback on turbulence. Some people want more, some people want less. So if you have feedback, it's always good to have a screenshot with this so we can see what you actually had as a turbulence intensity when you witnessed turbulence. And more changes in Simulate 6 by Martial.
Thank you, Professor Vlor. So I am very pleased to be with you this year. Very exciting to be part of this show. This is my first time. Very glad to be here. So with the team, we've decided to pick a few topics to show you what's going on with the next sim updates. And the very first one is what is happening with lighting for airports. So as a matter of fact, we did 2 things. The first thing is related to data, because there were no data available for knowing where to spawn light poles in the airport. So we decided to implement a new way of computation these positions, and we also have some additions. So we are now very pleased to say that any facilities and aprons on airports are going to be lit, and that's super nice. We will see some videos later. And we did also another implementation. We have discovered that sometimes we have data for lighting the taxiways, but as a matter of fact, the runway was not supposed to be lit. So what we did is to expand the runway lights coming by getting the taxi lights, and so every time that you will have the taxi lit, then you will have the runway lit also. So this is worth for 452 videos. As a matter of fact, I forgot a video to show you the difference. That kind of before-after situation seen from above. So the light poles, we did a selection, an automated selection. So depending on the nature of the airports, you will see the different light poles, not to have big light poles on small airports. And all the lights will be also available in the SDK, so we'll be able to edit and spawn the light poles. We have also another improvement for the night missions. In the carrier mode, people were expecting some night mission to happen, but so far we didn't do any selection between the airports that were lit or not. And it was sometimes pretty difficult to land on an airport which is completely dark. So what we did on SimUpdate Update 5 was to do a selection, an algorithm that was selecting only mission for the right airports, the one that were lit. But some people said, well, that's not enough. We would also like to get some missions on not lit airports. So in SimUpdate 5.1, we've got another algorithm that will expand the missions during nighttime. And in SimUpdate 6, you will have the choice between doing some missions during nighttime on lit airports or not. And as a matter of fact, being on non-lit airports or very much difficult, you will also get some bonuses in XP for getting those. One other improvement we did was for filtering the missions. With new aircraft being available in carrier, as a matter of fact, it was difficult now to do a proper selection if you want to get a selection for your favorite aircraft. So we did another new layer for filtering. So this is what's happening now. If you want to have a mission with, let's say, a Cabby, you've got to look at all the missions and to see if the mission is compliant with the aircraft you've got, and now you can do the selection and pick exactly the kind of plane you want to have missions with. Here we are. And we are pretty glad to say that we've looked at all the feedback from the community, and one of the most desired feedback we were getting was to be able to play boost trips in Flight Sim 2024. So boost trips are coming to Flight Sim 2024 with SimUpdate 4, to be SimUpdate 6, I'm sorry. And so we are bringing 59 boost trips that were initially playable in 2020, sorry. And so this is what you will get. So you've got the boost trip selection in the activities. You can see how many boost trips you will have, and there's a new selection. You will get the carousel also to be able to select the legs you want to fly. And the good news is that now that we've got the FB on all planes, everything will be, all the live log will be available in the AFB. So you will now have the benefit from the boost trips and the quality of the ground that we have on 2024. And now we'll give the mic back to Jörg Neumann.
Awesome. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the marketplace. Typically, Julie is unfortunately on vacation, so I'm talking about the marketplace today. As you know, we got some feedback. You gave a lot of feedback, like thousands and thousands of feedback. And so we try to listen, of course. So just to show you a few things we have done and talk a little bit about some things we are going to be doing. So we expanded this down there at the bottom. It now actually says what the marketplace shows. Right there to show some sale. Then we changed the hero selection. The hero selection is now full screen. We had that weird 3-button thing. It didn't really make much sense. So it's much better now. It looks good, I think. We did the same thing here. People wanted to have the scroll bars wider and a general redesign. So basically the team laid everything out. It looks much cleaner. We also did that in the page layout for the product page. The carousel is now consistent. And we just added something recently, I don't know if you saw it. We had this thing called special events, and we never really used it outside of like Top Gun and Dune and those types of things. So we now are running little sales just to show you, to bring some of the best content that really deserves your attention to the forefront. And then there's some other things. So there's now daily releases. If I remember back in 2024, there was all these concerns. We only update ever so often and things got stuck. So that's completely not true anymore. We're now launching every single day on both 2020 and 2024. I think you probably noticed this, that updates to aircraft or airports and those types of things come much, much faster now to the end consumer. On PS5, we had started to let content in. We have like real obligations to keep that super stable, which is why it makes me so happy that SimUpdate 5.1 is the most stable we've ever been, because otherwise Sony will get mad. So we have added some debug tools for aircraft. We're going to add some debug tools for airports soon. Then there was all this stuff with what showed up at the top, you know? There was some commentary on are people manipulating how the voting system works and those types of things. So we looked into this. We actually did identify inflated user scores, and we removed those now, and we will continue to monitor this moving forward. Yes, check it out today. All makes sense now. We also changed, there was this funny thing, I went to Steam. I don't know if you guys go to Steam, but I went to Steam and I sorted the entire Steam catalog by user scores. And guess what shows up at the top? Cat games. I've never heard of any of those. I've been making games for 30 years, but so there's clearly some faction that likes cats games. And so I think user score as the predominant sorting is maybe not the right thing as a default. So we changed that to revenue, which to me is sort of there's a certain truth to revenue. You know, how much money something makes probably says something about if it's any good. Then we have added curation, simply to also combat that some things showed up that probably shouldn't have been getting as much attention as they did. So the hero row is now fully curated, and then we are adding new recommended rows. I think we've done it for aircraft, maybe not yet for airports. I have some ideas of how to do this in the future. I've hit up all kinds of people that have deep insight, so I think they will hopefully help us curate these things. And then on the marketplace tool side, those of you who are creators, there's new visual indicators and content errors and things like that. For those of you creators, hopefully you enjoyed those things. And then upcoming, user-facing, trending now, bestseller sections will go up to 100. And the gamepad navigation will be improved. We heard loud and clear that that's not really great. Then marketplace content processes, we will let in additional PS5 content, which is, by the way, it's a huge audience, so if you're a creator, it's well worth it. But we have to be careful, as I said. And then we will continue to upgrade and update the heroes, and more and more marketplace tools will be streamlined. And for what it's worth, so there was so much, this needs to be, I know there's other marketplaces, that's cool, but on the consoles, this is unfortunately, this is the only way, and this is an important thing to get it right. I think of this as our marketplace, and please keep the feedback coming, because we really need to make this great. Really important. Okay, and then a new feature. Ta-da! I was thinking about doing it today, and I said, I'm chickening out. So we're doing it whenever Sim Update 5.1 comes out. Gifting now works. We talked about gifting a lot. There are a couple of restrictions on it. So it's only to friends. Friends does not own the item, otherwise you can't gift it. You can only pay in certain currencies, because there's some gray market stuff. And you can't gift VCs. But finally, gifting is coming, which I think sort of fulfills the promise of, hey, you can rent things, which, by the way, is working really great, and now you can gift things to friends. And then I want to talk a little bit about AAU 5. So I used to think of AAUs as simultaneous to SIM updates. If you paid attention, then you saw that SIM Update 5 and AAU 4 didn't really exactly come out at the same time. I think it's too much. I think our team was overly stressed out, and so I think I want to detach this. This will come probably a week or two after the SIM updates roll out. And I wanted to show you which are the next 5 aircraft that we're upgrading. So this is an original from iniBuilds, and iniBuilds is now bringing it to the 2024 standard, added Korea as appropriate. Then the Boeing 307 was originally from Airplane Heaven on 2020. This has been rebuilt by iniBuilds, and with a lot more detail. The 707, also from Airplane Heaven, completely rebuilt, and we'll talk about this in a minute. There's one more seat left. It's a preview. Then there is a Curtiss Commando, again, Airplane Heaven, fully upgraded, and the Ford Tri-Motor, also virtually completely remodeled. And that brings us to famous Flyer 10, the Boeing 707. Wasn't what we wanted it to be when it launched. Heard a lot of feedback, and now we have changed developers. It's now a collaboration between Working Title and iniBuilds. And to tell you more is Chris Burnett from Working Title.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I have the distinction of being last, but hopefully not least today. So bear with me, and I will try to get you educated on the 707 as quickly as I can. So we've rebuilt the 707 from the ground up with iniBuilds for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And we're bringing 3 cockpit variants, the GNS from Garmin, the CIVA or CIVA INS, and then we will have a UNS-1 variant as well. When Jorg asked me to work on this aircraft, I was super excited. I love planes of this generation, of this era in the sim, so this has been a fun project to work on. Just a little background on the 320C, which is the model. Boeing designed it as a convertible. Basically, they suggested that you could convert it completely from a passenger to a cargo plane in one day with 8 people. I'm not sure I believe the marketing materials, but we've modeled a variant of this that's a combi. So the front section forward of the wings is a cargo deck, and aft of that there are about 110 seats. So we faithfully modeled that configuration, including the cargo door and passenger entry from the rear. All right, let's talk a little bit about the CIVA, or CIVA INS. This was one of the first and most popular INS units, or inertial navigation units, that really changed the way oceanic and long-range navigation worked. And we've integrated this with a custom autopilot and dual independent flight directors, and we've modeled drift, we've modeled the alignment process, we've modeled really the full instrument for simmers. There's a companion EFB app, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. Let's see. Okay, yeah, the UNS-1. So this variant is going to be the one you're going to want to fly if you're going to be operating in a modern RNAV environment. And this is the RDR-1 weather radar, another instrument that was common in the 707 that we've built as well. And something I wanted to point out about all 3 of those instruments is they'll all be made as SIM attachments, which means they'll be available for other aircraft developers in the SIM once the SIM releases. So you will hopefully find these instruments in other planes in the future. All right, so I want to talk about the EFB app. 707 has a custom companion EFB app, a variety of features. Focus first on the SIVA tab on the EFB. So what this does is essentially automate the process of loading and managing waypoints inside the SIVA. The real-world SIVA can only hold 9 waypoints, ours as well. That means that for any flight plan that's more than 9 waypoints long, you're going to need to rotate or cycle waypoints through the SIVA. The EFB app just makes that really easy to do. You can optionally load arrival, departure procedures, but of course you can turn that all off and do it yourself if you're a masochist. We've got takeoff and landing data in the data cards tab on the EFB app. So you get takeoff performance information, landing performance information, and then constantly updated EPR or thrust targets available based on pressure, altitude, and temperature. There's a bunch of user options. I've listed a few here. There are still a few in development, but things like align time, light and dark mode for night flights, a couple of different HSI behavior choices, an option to convert the altitude alerter to a pre-selector if you want your autopilot to intercept altitudes. But my favorite feature is by far the virtual flight engineer. There are 12 flows that the flight engineer will go through, basically from pre-flight all the way through to securing the aircraft. These are all read out loud by the virtual flight engineer, and you can sit there in the cockpit and watch the flight engineer go through every step, which is a really cool and fun feature. It's a complex aircraft, so it's nice to be able to see how each of the systems get set up. In addition, the virtual crew will make call out to different phases of flight, mostly during takeoff and approaches, but there are also a few others throughout the flight that you'll hear. And finally, the virtual flight engineer can, of course, manage the systems that would typically be managed by the flight engineer on his panel, things like fuel flow, pressurization system, those types of systems. iniBuilds has done a really nice job with a model of this, and as we get closer and closer to release, a lot of the details are coming alive. It's been super fun to see that process and get all these cool classic instruments wired up. So just a little bit on systems depth. We have done quite a bit of systems modeling in this aircraft, as you can imagine, something this complex. One example is the electrical system. You will have to synchronize the frequencies of power sources before they can be added to the bus. You'll have to deal with a pressurization system that loves to overheat AC packs. Of course, your flight engineer can take care of all this for you, but if you want to do it, you can. Another interesting thing about the 707, so the control surfaces are flying control surfaces, and I've seen and been familiar with those on the elevator or the pitch control surfaces, but I hadn't really seen them on ailerons before. So the way this works is essentially the control wheels in the cockpit are wired to tiny control tabs on the surfaces, and those aerodynamically fly the control surfaces into the position the pilot wants. A KC-135 pilot I was chatting with about this referred to this plane as the original fly-by-wire plane, which I thought was kind of funny. Okay, we've got a custom autopilot, represents both the capabilities and limitations of an autopilot of this generation. Don't expect modern digital precision out of this autopilot, but there are dual independent flight directors, each with their own guidance computers, just like the real aircraft. Okay, we've also simulated water injection. So this was an option on the 320C, essentially a feature to enable greater thrust for hot and high departures. So you can try that out. And we've, of course, simulated directional gyro, compass, drift, and the systems in the 707 that counter that drift. The aircraft will be career compatible. And so that's it. Thank you guys very much. I hope you're looking forward to it, looking forward to getting it in your hands. Back to you, Jörg.
I'll speak fast because we're way over time. Okay, so upcoming releases for the rest of the year, we just showed. So simply update 15, launched just now. World Update 22 is going to launch July 4th. Sim Update 5, interesting, right? So we're still at it. As I said, the 1732 is looking really good. We promised our test team at least a week with the build before we put it out, after flighting feedback is all green. So it could be happening in the next few weeks, but it has a knock-on effect on Sim Update 6, so expect that a little bit later. I think now late July, August, maybe, and that tells you something about the AAUs we just talked about. And then our planes, I think you saw the M600 launch today. The blimp is launching July 4th, and then we've already announced the super awesome Praetor that's coming later this year. Yes, Chris, right? And then all the AAUs. And the AAUs, I just want to say, we're still learning. Some of the payload planes we launched were probably not as great as we should have done it, but we will fix them. That is a commitment from us. All right. And the only other thing I want to say is we are starting this community versus creator tournament. And Evan and I talked a little bit like, hey, you have these racing modes and all this stuff. Let's do something fun. So that's now available down at the show floor as it now opens. You can qualify. Here's a bunch of rules. I think 2 of you with the best times can play against some influencers, community folks. And I think it should be fun. We hope that this is something we can do every year going forward. We're obviously launching the National Championship air races later this year. So there's going to be more and more sort of like, hey, let's do a little bit of competitive stuff. Might be fun to do. And I think that's it. The sky is calling. Thank you so much for having us. Looking forward to seeing you on the show floor. Have a great show. Bye.
Hey, thank you, Microsoft. There's a lot of you. All right, guys, before you leave, there's a couple things we've got to do. So stay down, sit down, don't get excited. So first of all, I'm the SIVA masochist he was referring to on the 707, so I don't need any of that automation stuff. But note, since you're here, you all have your badges already. So tomorrow, for when the show opens, you're not going to need to go and pre-register and get here early to do any of that. You've got your badge already. That's already set. So just keep that in mind. There's no sense in getting here way early because they're just going to open the doors when it opens and you can go in. So we do have all the security and stuff that we have to do. We're going to avoid going through the security again today to get down there in just a second. And so as a result of that, I'm going to be dismissing you, but we have to do so we can be in an orderly fashion. Gotcha. So tomorrow, the exhibit hall opens at 9. We are going to go down here in just a minute, and you can go down now for a few hours, but tomorrow opens at 9 a.m. So don't please camp out at 7 a.m. That just makes everybody nervous. We had a winner that we want to announce from a screenshot competition, and that is, they took it away from me. Who's running these slides? Fly by Foe. So if you're here, there is a prize for you down at registration. So you can go pick that up. Congratulations. That was our winning beautiful 727 by Northwest. That's right. Round of applause. Excellent. And then the Attendee Choice Awards is the other thing I want you guys to participate in. So if we can get that up on the screen, there it is. Go click on that QR code We had a lot of presentations here. We had a lot of cool announcements, a lot of stuff, a lot of information. I was taking furious notes because I have to go talk about this on the FS Elite stage in a moment. But we want you guys to vote what you guys thought was the most exciting announcement, and we want to hear from you. So please take a moment, screenshot that QR code, and please register your vote as we get ready to dismiss here in just a moment. So, can I have one last big round of applause for all of our presenters today? All right. So with that, I'm going to ask that this section over here, if you guys are ready, you can now get up and head toward the exits. The rest of you, I need you to stay seated. Do not make me issue you a phone number. Everyone will be able to go to the floor. Don't worry, there's nothing there waiting for you that you can't get if someone else gets there first. But we don't want people running over each other. Safety first, just like in the aviation world, safety first, safety first. And while you're sitting there, please be registering your vote for our Attendee Choice Awards. Yeah, I just did. They're moving. Don't make me come back there. All right. As they're exiting, let's go ahead and have this section now come up, please. Yeah. All right, just a few more moments here. Let them kind of clear out of the way before we... I'm very proud of you guys for following directions, I gotta say. I expected like just a stampede and you guys just ignored me, so...